2, 1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for April 2nd, 2024. Let's start off with announcements or updates from the Select Board. Anyone want to say anything? No? Okay.
No, you know me. I'm just waiting for others to jump
Okay.
in. Does anybody else want to jump in? I'll jump in if they don't want to jump in. There's a number of things that could be announced, but I'll try to stick to just a couple. First of all, I'm going to repeat my announcement because I don't have too many weeks left to make it, and that is that people in Brookline, I hope, will visit the page of what's called Team Brookline to check out the wonderful, wonderful group of people who are running the Boston Marathon to raise money for various Brookline nonprofits. And I hope not only will they visit the page, but they will see there a nonprofit that they would like to support and or a runner that they would like to support and give generously to sponsor a runner who is raising money for one of these Brookline nonprofits. It's a wonderful, wonderful part of Marathon Day, which is coming up in just a couple of weeks.
Vote, I donated today.
All right. The other thing I just want to say that people don't always make the connection when they see news such as the news of the untimely and unfortunate death of Larry Lucchino. And I don't think he needs any introduction, especially to Red Sox fans. They don't always make the connection that he was for quite some time a resident of Brookline. And one of the things that I cherish about Brookline is that people, the likes of Larry Lucchino, make Brookline their home. And it makes me feel proud that they have made Brookline their home. It makes me feel even more loyal to the Red Sox. And I hope it makes a lot of people think about the qualities of Brookline that are special, but also the special people who we have in our midst. And he was definitely one of those very, very special people. And I think probably gets as much credit as any one individual for the Red Sox breaking the curse, as they say. So I'll just leave it at those two announcements.
Thank you, John. Anyone else? Yes.
Marathon website is live on the brooklinema.gov. Thanks to the whole team for putting that together, Christina Metcalf and our whole team. If you need some information about road closures and T closures, that's your spot. Remember, marathon is April 15th, 2024. If you need to cross the marathon route, you can cross it at Tappan Street, Webster Street, and Hawes Street. Thank you.
Can I make
John,
one more?
sure.
This just came to mind as Chaz was making his announcement. Our town administrator and others make valuable contributions to a monthly town hall newsletter. And the newsletter for the month of April was published today. And it's on the Brookline, Massachusetts website. And I must say, this thing has come a long way in a short time. And it is chock full of news, to invoke a cliche. But it's a really, really interesting read with a lot of valuable information in it. So I hope people will check it out.
Okay, thank you. Next, public comment. Let me just note that this is our regular public comment. We will have a public hearing for comment on the Article 97 issue at the Pierce Playground. So don't speak about that during this public comment. Charlie?
Sure. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once a total of 15 minutes has been met, there will be an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining of your 3 minutes and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're always welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. So folks on Zoom can use the hand raise or Q&A feature to let us know that they would like to speak. There was nobody signed up in advance. Tom Eunice is in the chat with their hand raised. I'm going to promote them to speak. Tom declined to be promoted to a panelist. Other folks could use the hand raise or Q&A feature. I don't see anyone in person volunteering to speak. Bernard, we have 25 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature indicating they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, so let's move on to our miscellaneous calendar. First question of approving the following meeting minutes, March 12, 2024 and March 19, 2024. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike's not here.
Aye.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go? Okay, Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next, we have items 3B through 3N. I want to take those items in omnibus fashion since the select board or no select board member is asked to take any of them out of the vote. But I do want to highlight item 3M, which is a letter supporting the application for a federal earmark of $1.15 million through Representative Auchinclose's office for a 3-year senior limited mobility resident rideshare pilot program. This would result in a significant increase in transportation services for residents who need them to stay connected and to get medical and other appointments fulfilled. So with that, I move approval of items 3B to 3N. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
And Mike's still missing. Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
As you have 15 minutes before the scheduled joint public hearing, do you want to take the town clerk first out of order and then the police personnel questions so that we can move through those?
Yes, let's do that.
Thank you, Chair Green, and thank you to the board for taking my agenda item out of order. I'm Ben Kaufman, the town clerk. The 3 votes that are before the board tonight are all votes related to the May 7th annual town election. The first vote is to establish the dates and times for early voting at the election. We've seen a tremendous usage from early voting activities and participation since the passage of the Votes Act in 2022. Last year's annual town election, almost 700 voters cast their ballots early in person at one of our early voting locations. We're continuing to expand our early voting options. And for this election, we are adding a second day for both the Coolidge Corner and Putterham Library locations so that voters have more opportunities to vote. So this proposal will have early voting occur every day during the early voting period at Town Hall, as well as on both Saturday and Sunday of the early voting period at both Coolidge Corner and Putterham Library locations. The second vote before the board is to assign police details for the May 7th election. The Votes Act requires that be approved by the select board after consultation with the town clerk and with the chief of police. The chief has reviewed this schedule and request, which includes police officers at every precinct to ensure proper administration of the election, as well as at the early voting locations and a few others to handle other issues that we've had in the past around parking and ensuring proper access to polling locations. The final vote is the actual execution of the warrant for the May 7th election. The polling locations will be the same as they were at the March election. I will note for people who did not vote in March, but will be voting in person in precincts 10 and 11 at the Driscoll School. The polling location is in the new school in the multi-purpose room. It's a very nice space, but for voters who are used to going to the old Driscoll School, that building is, that space is no longer there. So you will be confused. So please go over to the new Driscoll School so that you can vote. On the ballot in May will be the positions of moderator, town clerk, select board, library trustee, school committee, housing authority, as well as a number of town meeting races, both for full 3-year terms and shorter terms to fill vacancies. I don't know if the board has any questions. Happy to answer them.
Thank you. Miriam?
I just want to say, like I always do, I really appreciate the effort you go to increase voting opportunities for people in town, and it shows. So thank you. And for those of you who are listening, have a plan to vote.
John?
I have a question. And I wonder if you could just help me understand something about early voting. I got myself in the unfortunate position of not having filled out the application for a mail-in ballot because I thought for sure I would be in town. And now it turns out I'm not going to be in town on April 2nd. And I do understand that there's this period during which people can, walk into town hall and there'll be voting machines set up for them to vote. But what about people who don't have a mail-in ballot but need to cast an absentee or mail-in ballot? How soon can we do that, and how do we do that?
Sure. So the deadline to request a vote by mail ballot is going to be April 30th. So as long as you do one before then, we'll mail you a ballot.
Okay.
The early voting period, which begins on April 27th and runs through that Friday, is available for any voter in Brookline. So even if you requested a mail-in ballot and we sent you a ballot, if it was never received or if you don't want to use that, you can come in and you can vote in person during in-person early voting. So that's available for any voter, and they can go to any polling location. So if you usually vote at the Putterham Library, you don't necessarily have to go to that early voting location. You can come to Town Hall or to the Coolidge Corner Library. So any voter, as long as they have not returned their vote by mail ballot. Once you've returned your ballot to us and we've received it, then your vote is cast and you won't be able to vote anymore. But otherwise, any voter is eligible to vote during early voting.
So if you don't mind, just following up, just to be absolutely clear about it. So again, it's April 27th is the first day of early voting?
Correct. April 27th.
But as early as tomorrow, you could request an application for a mail-in ballot.
Correct. Tomorrow you can request a ballot and we will begin mailing ballots out. Our current schedule is that we'll receive them from the vendors on Patriots Day. So that week we'll be mailing them out to voters.
So let's say as early as the day after Patriots Day, you might be able to walk into town hall and request an actual ballot.
So you're able to request a ballot. We are not allowed to give you a ballot in town hall. You can submit an application for us to mail you a ballot.
I'm so glad I asked these.
Correct. The only exception to that is something that's called in-person absentee voting, which you can do over the counter as soon as we have ballots.
Okay.
That's only for people who are eligible to cast an absentee ballot, which is much more restrictive. You have to sign saying that you will be out of town. You have a physical reason, a medical reason, or a religious reason that you can't vote in person on election day.
Yeah.
So if you qualify for absentee, you can do that over the counter as soon as we have ballots. Otherwise, if you want to vote in person, that's during the early voting period, or we can mail you.
Great. So, but swearing that you will be out of town far away is enough reason to get one of those
Correct.
ballots. Okay. Yeah. If anyone sees me, just keep quiet. No, I really am going to be far away. And thank you.
Paul.
Ben, last year, the annual election, we had a number of ballots that came in late, the mail-in ballots, for a whole host of reasons. What steps have you taken to prevent a recurrence of that situation?
Sure. So we have had a lot of conversations with both the legislative delegation, the Secretary of State's office, encouraging changes to the state law, which would allow us to count those ballots. As the law currently stands, it remains that we must receive those ballots by 8 p.m. on election day. We've taken a number of steps. We've worked with our vendors to ensure we receive the ballots earlier than we did last year so that we have more time to mail ballots out. We also installed ballot drop boxes throughout town so that people can drop their ballots in front of the Coolidge Corner, Putterham libraries, or in front of Town Hall instead of having to rely on the post office. We also had a very productive conversation with the manager of the Brookline post offices about this issue and how they can do a better job keeping an eye out for ballots, how we can do a better job informing them. They've informed us that they have received new and additional staff in the post offices, which should alleviate some of those post office issues. The biggest advice that I have for voters is request your ballot early and mail your ballot back in quickly. One of the biggest reasons we saw the two largest groups of ballots that had to be turned away were actually ballots that we had mailed out 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time that then didn't get sent back until a day ahead of time, as well as ballots that weren't requested until the statutory last day, which is only 5 business days before the election, which we then mailed out, but were not received back in time. So our big advice to voters is make sure you request your ballot early, make sure when you receive it, you send it back in quickly. And if you can, use the ballot drop boxes or come by Town Hall to avoid any potential issues with the post office. The final note that I will say is there is a website, Track My Ballot MA, that .com, which is run by the Secretary's office. It is directly tied into our system. So you can go and you can look your name up. It will tell you if we've received your request, if we've mailed your ballot out, as well as if we've received your ballot back. We encourage voters to check that, especially if it's election day and you mailed your ballot, but it's saying we haven't received it. It might be an issue with the post office, and you should make sure to come in and vote.
And is that information included with the mail-in ballot when you send it out?
Yes, in the mail-in ballot, there's instructions, which includes links to Check My Ballot MA, as well as advice on when to mail the ballot back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on a comment that Miriam made, and thank you for making voting so easy here in Brookline. You know, it used to be that we in America would say we're so proud that we have a right to vote, whereas other countries don't have such rights, or it's more difficult in those other countries. These days, we should be saying that we in Brookline are so proud that we have a right to vote and easy voting, because so many other states do not have that privilege. And I hope that people appreciate the fact that here in Massachusetts, we have great clerks like Mr. Kaufman, who making voting easy as possible, and there are no impediments in the way of anyone voting. And hopefully, with that appreciation, people will turn out in greater numbers than they have in the past for town elections and other not off-year elections. So anyway, so again, thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? No? Okay, I move approval of the 2024 town election early voting schedule and approval of the police details for the 2024 May 7 annual town election, and approval of, I'm sorry, let's just start with those two. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Mike Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Next, I move approval of the question of executing the warrant for the May 7, 2024 annual town election. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Mike Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, do we have time? It's
Yes, we
5
do.
minutes,
We
okay.
should promote Superintendent Mealy.
Superintendent Mealy is being promoted now.
What are we taking on now?
We're taking on the police hiring out of order. And then Charlie, you should preemptively, I think, promote any Conservation Commission or Parks and Rec members.
Hello, Superintendent Mealy.
Hey, how are
You're on
you?
mute.
How's everyone tonight?
Good. Good. So tell us about the appointment.
Okay, so we're requesting the appointment of the following candidate as a probationary police officer effective upon approval of the board. Our appointee is named Joshua Ramos. He's a 26-year-old male. He currently resides in Boston. He is a graduate of Marshfield High School from 2016 and Westfield State University with a bachelor's in criminal justice 2020. He was hired from a list of candidates from the 2023 Massachusetts Civil Service Police Officer exam. He graduated from the MBTA Police Academy in 2021 and has been working as a police officer with the MBTA since that time. And therefore, he can start his field training officer program after 2 weeks of assignment to the department's training division. During the hiring, he completed background, drug screening, employment interview, medical exam, written psychological test, a psychological interview, and physical agility testing. His probationary period is for 12 months following his appointment. And with your approval, his start date will be April 3rd, 2024, which is tomorrow.
Great. Any questions from the select board? Paul?
I just have one quick question. Is this considered a transfer, a lateral transfer from another department or not?
So he was working for the MBTA. He had left the T to join the state police. Then he had changed his mind at that point. And when you leave the MBTA, they must be so flush with candidates, they don't let you return. So I don't know why, but he had a very good record at his time at the T, and he's coming over as I wouldn't say he's a lateral, because he's still on the civil service list, but he's ready. He's ready to go.
Okay.
Fully
Thank you.
trained and ready.
Okay, great. Well, we appreciate his willingness to join Brookline and it's MBTA's loss.
MBT, I was just gonna say, MBTA's lost.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a little strange, but
Mhm.
yeah, they must be turning the candidates away. I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, I move approval of the appointment of Joshua Ramos as a probationary police officer as requested by Chief Pastor and as indicated by Superintendent Mealy, effective upon approval by the Select Board. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, it is now 5:30. I moved to adjourn the select board meeting until after the joint meeting and public hearing, after which we will return to take up the remaining items on our agenda. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Okay,
So,
we got exactly 2 minutes, and so we're promoting folks who are,
Yeah.
remote. If members of the Parks and Recreation Commission, if you are here in person, the second row here is reserved for you. Please come on down. If you are a member of the Conservation Committee, the front row is reserved for you. Please come on down. If you are a member of either of those bodies and you are on Zoom, please use the hand raise feature. Charlie will promote you and as soon as we can. Please be patient. Thank you. I will let folks here know the run of show as we prepare to get ready here.
I'll do that.
You'll do it. Never mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I miss anything, you can fill it in.
Okay. Deal.
Everyone here?
You can't take the theater kid out of the theater.
Only seen one Parks member online so far. That's Jim.
We have a quorum.
Is Claire Batchelder here?
Claire should be joining via Zoom.
Pardon me?
She's going
Claire
to
should-
join via Zoom.
Oh,
Should be joining via Zoom.
Have not
Folks are-
seen Clara yet.
Well, they have 1 minute.
Well, I also assume we're going to wait until we have a quorum.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we have to do.
There's another Parks member. Again, in case you're just joining, if you are online and you're a member of either Parks or Concom, please use the hand raise feature to let us know that you'd like to be promoted.
Also, if you were a member of the presenters from any of the Pierce project team, please raise your hand and we'll promote you as well. Nation.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Yeah, somebody's been using something.
Hmm?
How many have been using something?
5.
I've been hunting for the names too. Um,
Charlie, Tom Brady is on for the Conservation Commission, if you don't mind promoting him as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Let's promote Tom and let's promote Lap Yan as well.
There are two people with their hands up too.
Yep, we got him. Peter and
Just sit
Andrew.
here.
I've sent them, yeah, I've sent them motion
Will we do
requests.
Okay, everybody smile.
or no?
This is an event.
Say Pierce.
I wore my, I have a Driscoll sweatshirt.
Folks,
I don't have a
hand up. I have sent
have
you a
a-
promotion request. Just please accept
Driscoll,
that.
Driscoll, it's Hayes, I
Yeah,
know,
right.
but Driscoll, they gave me that sweatshirt after we opened the new,
Online, we have
it
John.
was lovely
Hand,
actually,
and we
but
have-
it's dirty because I slept in it.
Carol.
So I did not wear it.
Can't handle that.
And I have a
Do we have anybody?
pants, but not a sweatshirt. A nice picture.
It's the second row, but not. So maybe two.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, could you turn off the transcript? We're picking up some
We need to leave the,
conversation.
we need to leave the transcript on, but we'll just ask folks in the hearing room, the microphones are sensitive. And we know
And
we
you're
have,
revealing information you don't want to reveal.
right.
Yeah, but I,
All right.
Again, any Parks and Rec or Concom members on Zoom, please use the hand raise feature to let us know you're here. I'm scanning the name list as well.
Box. Why can't I change my?
There we go.
caption box?
Declan as well.
What is, oh, there.
hey, do we have a quorum? Quorums? Quora?
Laura, is that what it is? Laura?
Let's see. I believe we're
How
one
many
shy
Rec
on Park.
Commissioners are in person?
We have two Parks and Rec commissioners in person and we have two on Zoom. So we are one shy of a quorum.
Who's missing?
4 is a quorum for us.
4 is a quorum?
Yes.
Okay, let's get
Good.
going.
Let's get started.
Great.
Can I just say, there are seats up front if folks want to.
No, so the
Oh.
first two rows are reserved for the
No,
committees,
but-
sorry to say. But
Past the two
yes,
rows, there's
past the
seats.
2 rows, there's
Past
seats in
the
the middle.
first 2 rows, there are still seats if you don't want to stand.
Sorry. Thank
I
you.
understood that.
Mhm.
Oh, well, you only see one? Never mind. Hold on one second then. Folks, we gotta start. Yeah.
Why don't we take it?
Parks and Rec or Concom members on Zoom, please use the hand raise feature and we will get you
Yep.
promoted.
Indicate, you know.
I was gonna do that.
I've got a couple folks that are trying to join via Zoom and they're just having some trouble. So I'm trying to troubleshoot with them right now, but
Okay,
hopefully
thank
they'll
you.
come quickly.
Thanks, Alexandra.
Declan? Isn't it quick? I'll look it up. Huh? Well,
Huh.
that's possible too, yeah. Look at this.
Jerry Wang just raised his hand.
This is worth another picture.
Should try promoting Jerry and he didn't
It's
accept.
not
He
promoted.
hasn't been accepting.
Oh,
Declined the, try again. Jerry, you'll need to accept the promotion in order to be promoted to a panelist.
Quigley.
Okay.
According
There we go.
to town.
I just love all these kids civically engaged.
So Charlie, where are we with our quorum, quora,
I think we are still one short for
on
Park.
Park and Rec?
Yes,
Is Claire Batchelor?
but I have not seen Claire. yet.
Not?
Is one of the people having issues joining, but we have John, Jim, and 2 in the room. So we do have a quorum for Park and
I
Rec.
think we only ended up having one. in
We
the-
only have one in the room currently.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought we had 2.
That's
My
okay.
apologies.
And
Make-
is 4 a quorum because we have a vacancy?
No, 4's a quorum.
I thought we had 9 members.
No, we have 7.
7.
Oh,
We have 2 associate members who don't vote.
Associate, that's right. Thank
Do they
you.
get to vote?
Yeah.
No, they do not. So that's,
Do they count towards it?
No.
so that's good.
that's 4.
4 is what we need.
All right, now let's try again.
One of the associate members here. so-
Well,
Right.
I'm not sure. Marion.
Yeah,
Promote them
just say-
quickly.
Can we promote an associate member?
No, you don't have, you don't
That was a
have,
joke, Mary.
you don't have a vacancy to promote them to.
Oh, boy.
But is Alexandria saying that they're having trouble connecting? or-
Yes,
Oh, I see. So they're here, they just can't get on.
right.
Can they
Yeah.
call it?
They're getting
That's what
some
we're
sort of error message from Zoom, so I'm telling them to re-register and sign in as a regular attendee. They're saying the link they got isn't working, so.
That sounds good. Thank you for the update.
They said the link isn't working.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just- When we do get started, I'd like to recommend that we have a roll call vote for each of these commissions and know who's
Yeah, we're
present.
going to do that.
Okay.
Oh, I see Clara Bachelor in the
Here we go.
In the waiting room or in the room?
attendees. I'm going to promote Clara now.
And then Teresa Mooney's my other one, and she's in here now as well.
Who's that, Alexander? Sorry.
Teresa?
Teresa
Is that
Mooney
right?
and Lauren
Okay, thank
Bernard.
you.
Wonderful.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
We will
Thank
get
you,
those
everyone.
promoted.
Thanks, Charlie.
Okay,
Great.
let's start off by taking roll. Claire, could you make sure your members are here and call out their names?
Sure, I'll do it in alphabetical order. Antonio Bialta,
She's present here.
I don't see her, nor do I hear
She's
her.
in the room.
She's in the room. She's present.
Okay, thank you.
We see her.
Lauren Bernard,
Here.
thank you. Jim Carroll,
Here.
John Pan,
Here.
Jane Flanagan, who told me she was not going to be able to come. Okay, I don't see her, and then I'm the 7th member.
Teresa.
Present here.
Oh, sorry, Teresa. You're on the list. I just didn't call you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. We have a quorum of the Park and Recreation Commission. Marcus Quigley, could you take roll for your commission? Thank you. Okay.
Not without stepping up to the mic. Roberta, would you just? Yeah, that
Roberta
sounds-
Nor is here online.
Great,
Great,
thanks,
thanks, Roberta.
Okay, let's get going. We have a full house. It's going to be interesting. Okay, this is a joint meeting and public hearing of the Park and Recreation Commission, the Conservation Commission, and the Select Board. Let me start off by saying that the town of Brookline is committed to build a new peer school. Question of That's right. Okay. It's a question of equity, including giving children with disabilities who cannot physically access the school as it currently exists or cannot learn within the structure of the current building the same right to attend their neighborhood school as children without such disabilities. And by using geothermal heat pumps to heat and cool the building, we will save on capital costs and operating costs over the long run. So it's a great deal educationally and financially. The subject of this meeting and hearing is the proposal to install geothermal wells in the subsurface of a portion of the Pierce Playground on School Street. The hearing will serve as the Select Board's public hearing on Warrant Article 1, the Pierce Geothermal Wells Home Rule Petition of the special town meeting scheduled for May 28th, 2024. After the hearing, the Select Board will vote on whether to recommend favorable action on the warrant article to town meeting and other related motions. First, we will hear a presentation by Margaret Clark of Miller Dyer Spears Architects. Then Town Council Joe Callahan will speak on the Article 97 process. And finally, Adrian Lennon, the senior ecologist of our civil engineering firm, BSC, will speak. Following that, members of the Select Board and the commissions will have an opportunity to ask questions, and then we will open the public hearing, after which we will each vote on our respective resolutions. Anything that I missed, Janice? Okay, so let's start off. Margaret Clark.
Can you all hear me? And
Yes.
see my screen? So I'll just orient you to what you're seeing on the screen. This is the drawing that shows this is School Street extending from Washington Street to Harvard Street. The Brookline Public Library is here at the southwest. The existing school property and the building in gray under here, and the new proposed building in blue. The existing historic building to remain here in blue. The Pierce Street drop-off here, and the playground to the north of School Street, where we are proposing to put the geothermal well field. I just wanted to take you through a quick explanation of all the options that we've looked at relative to the playground. Those range from, we looked at building location options, pedestrian bridge and overpass options, construction logistics, various HVAC systems, and also the various geothermal well field options. So on the building location options, we were tasked with looking at all sites possible for this for the school project with ranges of project that was started from just code repair to add reno to all new building on the school side. And then we also considered an all new building on the park side. The all new building on the park side was eliminated early on because we were not able to replicate the park in an equivalent manner due to the grade change and its relationships to the streets and such on the school property site, and also just simply the impact on the neighbors and the size of the project, et cetera. So we, initially it would have taken up this entire site if we considered the building there. That was eliminated. We also looked at, once the building was settled to be still on the existing school site, we looked at options for an improved pedestrian bridge. Right now, there's an existing inaccessible, very narrow bridge there. We looked at 6 different options to more safely cross the students with a pedestrian bridge high enough over the school street so that traffic could still pass under. But the change in grade from one side of the site to the other extended any of the options through the basketball court into the playground area for the ramps. And none of the options provided a maintainable, accessible pedestrian bridge option, which would accommodate the number of students and the amount of time needed to cross the street. So that was eliminated as an impact on the park. We looked briefly at using the basketball courts as laydown area for the new building. But that has also been eliminated because, we heard that the basketball courts are used well beyond school hours by the entire community. So the only impact of the proposed geothermal well field on the basketball courts is to run the pipes connecting the geothermal well field through the basketball court and the street to get under the building across the street. We also looked at a range of HVAC options for the building, which all electric, fossil fuel free. And we initially landed on option 2, which would have been air cooled with a unit on the roof. That was the least initial cost. So that's where we were headed. But given the lower carbon emissions, lower annual energy costs, the ease of maintenance, and the durability, similar to the Driscoll School, as you all remember, the select board voted to amend the budget and incorporate the geothermal well fields at the park into the base project. And that was what was presented and approved around the town meeting and town votes. So the three options we looked at for the geothermal well fields, option one was here in the park. Option two was under the building, the new school building, and option three was under the Pierce Street drop-off loop. It was quickly, this option three was eliminated quickly because it was just, it's got too many utilities in it and it's simply too small to have enough wells to serve the project. On the initial report that was sent from the geothermal well field consultant that we have, it identified under the new school building as being the for the geothermal subcontractor, the most efficient, cost-effective solution under the building. But once we looked at the overall project and the spacing of all of the piers and things through the garage to support the building, the construction logistics, the increased schedule time, costs, it actually was significantly more expensive to put it under the building, and future access to the wells, because they are covered then with a building, would not be available. And it was just generally an overall increased risk to the town. So the final solution was to there was a test well then done on the park side behind the backstop. And it was determined that 80 wells, there were more. There were talked about like 120 initially, but it was dropped down to 80 wells at 600 feet that would be placed. They would all be, the wellheads would all be 5 feet and the piping 5 feet or more below the surface. The only thing that you'd see above grade would be a manhole that's associated with the vault where all these pipes connect before they go across the street. And we can work with Park and Rec to determine if it's better just at the edge of the ball field or just in the pavement of the walkway. We can make either one of those work, but it's just one manhole cover. And all the areas impacted for the ball field and the basketball court itself will be rebuilt to new condition. That's it.
Thank you, Margaret. Joe?
Good evening. I'm Joe Callahan. I'm town council, and you've heard from Margaret the kind of years of discussions that we've had about the Pierce School project, and also years of discussion about geothermal wells under the playground and alternatives. So I get to tell you about kind of why you're here today in the present, and then Adrian will talk about what the future holds for our regulatory approval. But Article 97 is a amendment to the Massachusetts Constitution, and it is a additional land use, public land protection that Massachusetts law has on public land. And I'm familiar with this issue. In the early 90s, I was a legislative aide and first was introduced to the idea of Article 97 bills. In the mid 90s, I was the legislative director for the state's then Secretary of Environmental Affairs. So I enforced this policy before it was a written policy. It was an unwritten policy, and I got into a screaming match where at least the state senator was screaming at me about when I told him that the secretary was going to recommend vetoing his bill because it didn't comply with his policy. So I'm familiar with this policy for the past 30 years because also in my 15 years of the service of the Attorney General's office, I defended public land. I left as a supervisory assistant attorney general in regards to all real estate claims against the state. So I've been protecting public land for 30 years. But when I heard about this use of public land, I thought, of course, this is exactly what Article 97 process is for. The extra protections that the Constitution builds in when you change the use of public land. So here we have a playground, and we're proposing to use just a portion of the subsurface conditions of this playground to create a net zero heating, ventilation, and air conditioning component to the school next door. That's exactly what this process is for. But the process, though, is complex and hard and requires multiple local approvals and state approval. And that's why we're bringing together the Conservation Commission, the Parks and Recs Commission tonight to seek their unanimous approval. The 1998 Environmental Affairs No Net Loss Article 97 land disposition requires this. That's what the policy has been for almost 30 years if a municipality wants to use protected parkland for another use. And that's why we're here today before you. And we're asking your permission and approval to go through the next steps in that process. So we need the unanimous consent of the Conservation Commission, the unanimous consent of the Parks and Recs Commission, and then we'll go before a town meeting as a warrant article. And that town meeting approval, we need 2/3 approval of town meeting. And after that, we need 2/3 approval of the select board. That's the process that builds in extra protection for use of public land. After that, we'll go before the legislature and have a home rule petition that we're already working with Representative Vitolo on, and have them pass that Article 97 land disposition agreement. But again, this is a home rule petition unlike most others because it requires a recorded 2/3 recorded roll call vote to pass. Most home rule petitions are passed on voice votes in informal sessions. This has to be passed in a formal session of the legislature by both houses, and not just a majority vote, but 2/3. And we expect to have that done before the legislature ends its formal session in July 31st. Representative Vitolo is aware of this compressed timeframe. We're already working with him. He's already working with his legislative committee members, inform them that this is coming. He's asked us to have the warrant article as a special on the first night of town meeting, which is a way to provide him 10 to 2 weeks more time to be able to get this home rule petition through the legislature. But we're working with both the local bodies that we need approval with, but also our state Representative Vitolo and the legislative delegation and the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs. That's going to need their approval for this home rule petition too. So Adrienne can talk about the meetings that she's had with EEA staff, but they're aware of it. They support the idea. They like the idea of net zero solutions to comply with their climate goals. They understand that we need to comply with Article 97, and they understand that we're doing that. So this is just one more step in the many steps that we've taken to get the Pierce School project built. It's just one more step that we need to do, but we have many more that we need to do. But we've also had many, many meetings before many, many boards to get here. So that's why we're available to answer any questions, and we ask for your unanimous support of the warrant article to be able to use the subsurface conditions under the playground in support of a net zero fossil fuel free heating, ventilation, and air conditioning solution for the Pierce School project. So I'll turn it over to Adrienne.
So this is Adrienne Lennon, a ecologist at our civil engineering firm. Adrienne.
Thank you, Chairperson Green. Good evening, board members, commissioners, and committee members. For the record, Adrienne Lennon, I'm a senior scientist with BSC Group, and I'm supporting the project as an environmental consultant. I'm going to share my screen. And can everyone see these slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm happy to be with you here tonight to share some information about the land use actions and permitting steps that are going to be required to conduct this geothermal installation. This is an excellent project, and it's a great opportunity for Brookline to advance its net zero efforts by 2050. And I really commend you for trying to do this. It's not easy. On the project team tonight is a very robust group of people. We have members from Left Field Project Management, which is the owner's project manager, the project architect, which you just heard from, Margaret Clark, myself, members from the landscape architecture team, the geothermal consultant, and the project general contractor. I'm not going to go through all the names right now, but in the interest of time, at the very end, I will repost the slide. So if you have specific questions, for example, for the geothermal consultant or the landscape architect or myself, you'll be able to see everybody's name again. So this is an extremely challenging and complex site. Urban redevelopment is always that way, and we're often working inside of extremely constrained conditions. I know Margaret went through some of the exercise that it took to actually get to this place and understand that this would even be possible in this site. and we have done some other preliminary research on the site to ensure the feasibility of the project before even bringing it to you. This is the practical side of implementing Brookline's net zero policy. It does take a certain amount of planning and mechanics to get to it, and we need everybody to be a participant in that exercise so that we can really achieve the common goal. So just as Joe had mentioned, there are two sides to the Article 97 disposition action. There's the legislative actions, which involve the local decisions of the Conservation Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, the town meeting, and select board. And then it's advanced to state decisions of the House of Representatives and Senate, and finally with the governor. And then running parallel to that are the executive actions, where you have local decisions of the Conservation Commission, the Planning Board, and ZBA if needed. In this case, so far we have found those are not needed, but you also always need the state decision. And that decision is made by the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act Office, also known as the MEPA office. And what MEPA is and does is a body of the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs that conducts a multi-agency review for projects that are anticipated to have a negative impact on the environment. So because we're conducting a disposition of land, we are triggering one of the thresholds that the MEPA office is said to review. So specifically, the proposed project meets or exceeds the MEPA review threshold contained at 301 CMR 11 for land. And that is the disposition or change of use in land or an interest in land subject to Article 97 protection. So we are actually going to conduct this temporary disposition of the parcel and a permanent disposition of the land underneath the actual subsurface soils of the parcel so that we can install the geothermal well field. And then we'll be returning that Article 97 limited protection to the surface of the parcel and reestablishing its existing state as a diamond ball field and basketball courts so that we are able to comply with the use of the land under Article 97 and also make this additional change in use to the subsurface. This is a very long and protracted process. In addition to that, the parcel is subject to the interests of the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is a funding mechanism of the National Park Service. And the National Park Service requires that any impact to its interest be less than 12 months long. So in addition to the temporary disposition of the parcel itself, the surface of the parcel, we actually cannot conduct any change in use to that parcel for more than 12 consecutive months. So the longest period of time that that portion of the park is able to be out of service is for 12 months. Because the project for the installation is attached to the school, when we met with the MEPA office initially to talk about the scope, they suggested that we should consider the entire school project in the scope of the MEPA review. So when you see the MEPA review documents, you are going to see the whole entire story of the school in addition to this particular piece of it, that is the threshold requirement that we need to report and request feedback on. On top of that, Brookline, by 2020 census data, does host almost in its entirety environmental justice block groups. And the block groups that are in yellow are specifically minority populations equal to or greater than 40% of the whole, or the block group minority population is greater than 25%, and the median household income of the municipality in the block group is less than 150% of the Massachusetts median household income. In addition to that, there's a small little segment in the top that's purple, and that is a minority income and English isolation census block group according to the 2020 census. So when you have this condition of being in a designated geographic area by the 2020 Census of Environmental Justice Communities, you draw a 1 mile radius around the project site, and then you consider all the individuals inside of that radii. This requires significantly enhanced community outreach, public outreach, and community engagement. The Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs promulgated an EJ outreach policy in 2021. And in addition to the community outreach and engagement, it also requires that any project that is subject to an environmental notification threshold be automatically upgraded to also having to submit a second round of review that's called an environmental impact report. So for this particular project, there will be 2 submissions to MEPA. The first of which is going to be the environmental notification form, and then the second of which will be an environmental impact report. Before we do that, we need to do this public outreach and community engagement work. And so for us, that means we will be distributing information about the project in print, digital, and in-person mechanisms, and using multiple different methods to try to engage everyone in the community and bring awareness to the project. So I will tell you tonight, we have 2 forums planned to discuss and present the project. The first will be on Wednesday, April 24th from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. It is in the school committee room in Town Hall on the 5th floor. We will also have a tabling event in the park. I believe it's tentatively scheduled for May 10th. We'll be out there with a table and handouts and information to try to engage people and make sure everyone knows that this is the portion of the park that will be closed for the 12 months for the installation of the geothermal, and ask or answer any questions that anybody may have as they're passing by, if they are a park user or feel they may be impacted. And then we're going to come back for a second forum, talk a little bit about what we've gathered from the community, and share it with you all, and if possible, try to incorporate that into the project. So that second forum will be on Wednesday, May 22nd, also from 6 p.m. until 7:30 p.m., and also in the school committee room in Town Hall on the 5th floor. So finally, there's been some discussion about the actual execution on the executive side of the Article 97 action and how it relates to the newly established Public Lands Preservation Act, also known as PLPA. That act is the Act Preserving Open Space in the Commonwealth. It is Act number Chapter 274 of the Acts of 2022 and is also known as PLPA. It is in addition to the Article 97 policy that was dated February 19, 1998, which is still in effect today, that Joe mentioned earlier. So the Public Lands Preservation Act requires an analysis be submitted that recognizes all of the alternatives of the project. And it's fairly prescriptive what goes into this alternatives analysis. You have to describe the disposition itself, which is the transfer or conveyance of ownership or another interest in the property by deed, easement, or lease or other instrument, exactly what the scope of the Article 97 action is, and then the change of physical or legal control, and then the change of use of the land. And then you further have to communicate to the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs the proposed actions and make the submission that explains the scope of the project, the need for the project, the alternatives that were considered to develop that, and the path forward for the parcel that is going to be impacted by the action. That you also make this request at that time for the Secretary to waive or modify the real teeth of the Public Lands Preservation Act, which is a replacement land requirement. And it's also known as no net loss. So for any amount of space in the surface area of a parcel that you are going to change the use of, you have to replace it in one-to-one by the Public Lands Preservation Act. And finally, you request that the secretary make a finding with respect to the provision of funding in lieu. If, for example, you're a community like Brookline, where probably all of your open space is already protected by Article 97, and you do not have replacement land to offer. Finally, you make the submission, and going through the MEPA process, the Secretary of the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs will comment on the environmental notification form submission that will communicate how to move forward from there. Prior to making any submission to the EEA under MEPA, the proponents must engage in the discussions with the public entity who has care, custody, and control of the involved Article 97 land. And that's what we're here to do tonight. So we're here engaging with you all. As you can see, it's very early days in this process on the legislative side, and we are beginning to develop the exercise on the executive side of the process. We are not able to file to MEPA until 45 days have passed after we have made an environmental justice advance notification submission and public notice. So we are a couple of steps away even from starting that 45-day clock, and we're working on that now. It's going to trigger those forums in the tabling event, and we're hoping to be able to start this local decision-making process here at this time so that we have it moving along as we prep for the MEPA filing. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have. Again, we have many different individuals who are working on the project on the design team available. So if you feel it's helpful, I will leave this up for you to see who's on the team and who you may want to try to ask your questions of.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Cass. I see that Tom Brady is in the audience, and he has to leave early. So if there are any questions regarding trees with respect to the parcel?
I get a question. For
okay, Paul has a tree question. But after that, I want to give the Conservation Commission and the Park and Recreation Commission first crack at questions, because they are the critical votes at this meeting.
You want to see if they have questions?
Well, if you have a tree question, why don't we?
Yep, very simple. Thank you for the presentation. And Tom Brady, I attended, I think, an extensive discussion by the Land Use Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee where trees were discussed at length. And I just wanted to confirm your opinion about the ability to have trees, mature trees, large trees, shrubbery, and others within proximity or on top of the wells, as I think is done in other locations nearby where these wells have been installed on the parks.
Thank you for the question. That your recollection is correct. And that is because the tree root zone for the trees in this part of the country is in the top 18 to 24 inches. So the root balls that come with the trees when we install them generally are no deeper than 32 inches. So we have ample space between the trees when we're planting them and ample space for the roots to grow. Because the piping itself is plastic enclosed without joints, it's a continuous run. There's also limited opportunity for the roots to intrude into the system itself. So you put all those factors together, and conferring with colleagues across the state, there will be opportunities to plant significant trees and vegetation on the site without any restrictions associated with the geothermal system.
And just
Thank you.
A quick follow-up, and that's in fact because the well system is starting at 5 feet below the actual surface of the park. Is that correct?
That is the information that I have reviewed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Jim Carroll? And Jim,
Yep,
you can
just have
speak.
to clip my buttons, so. Yeah, so.
Okay, what I'm doing now is giving the two commissions an opportunity to ask questions first because their votes are really critical to this process. So
Right.
Jim, go ahead.
Right, so I'm a member of the Park and Recreation Commission, and I'm also a member of the Pierce School Building Commission. I started very late in the game. I'm trying to fill Dan Lyons' shoes on the committee. So there's a lot of work that's been done before I became involved, so I'm a little bit naive about the system. So I'm going to ask some basic questions that everybody probably knows the answer to. So, you know, I'm not that familiar with geothermal, so I'm just trying to figure out, is there a redundant system? I mean, does geothermal ever fail? And if it did fail, what would be the second means of providing heat and air conditioning to the school? And then also I wanted to just say, as a member of the Park and Recreation Commission, that you know, I am very concerned with the use of the park land for activities and that are outside of the original scope of the park use. You know, we just had agreed to install some charging stations for some electric vehicles. And I think we're all in agreement that we need to lower our carbon footprint, but I just want to make sure that the parks and open spaces are not seen as, you know, the area, the go-to for all of the resources and solutions to provide green energy. So, but I do appreciate all the work and being on the building committee for a short period of time. I mean, the staff is incredibly you know, well-developed, you know, the whole teamwork. And I know that the people have been doing a lot of very thoughtful and detailed work on this project.
Do that. Okay, Miriam, you wanted to respond?
So I'm going to let somebody else answer about the redundancy, but I'm a co-chair of the Miriam Ashkenazi Select Board, and I'm co-chair with Val Frias on the Driscoll Building Committee, and we are in the process literally right now of installing the geothermal wells. So first, Jim and anyone else, actually, I invite you to come and have a tour. We're going to set up some days and times where people can come and see the wells. And we're going to have the students come and learn from the wells. But we are building the Driscoll playground over those wells. So we're going to have 800 kids playing over those wells every day. So I think, to your concern about what's going to happen after and what's going to be on there, returning it to play space is, I think, very much on the agenda. So I just want to address that.
Right.
From what I understand, there's a lot of redundancy because I'm seeing the wells go in. There's like 80 wells, 120 wells. I can't even remember how many we have now. But I'll let somebody else who's actually.
Okay, I think is Margaret or who can answer the question regarding redundancy?
Perhaps Jerry wants to provide the answer on the redundancy. Jerry.
Yeah, sure. So I think, you know, when we talk about redundancy, maybe we can confirm with the GGD on the, you know, the geothermal well field, and then there might be a separate backup on the, you know, building side of the, you know, the heating cooling for the redundancy. But for well field itself, we just talk about we have 80 well. We already consider, you know, to be able to meet the, you know, the maximum demand for the heating and cooling. And in addition, so we have a 80 well, and if you see the drawing, it's I think we have a 10 circuit. Each circuit has like a valve you can turn on and off in case there's some issue arise. And for example, if one circuit has some issue, you can turn that off, and the rest will be, you know, still will be able to keep running. And then I think that's part of a redundancy. You know, if we talk about, you know, so if it's some issue, we will not affect the, you know, the entire system. Yeah, but the capacity wise, we have the redundancy considered in the design. Yeah.
Okay.
And you've also spoken about that there's, you know, the all of these are pressure tested before, you know, it's all finalized. And, you know, there's been very few failures in any of these wells. It's my understanding.
That's correct. You know, during the construction of, you know, the well field, we have multi-stage testing issue. For example, we start, you know, the drilling the well and it's the loop. We'll test, we'll make sure the loop, you know, the integrity of the loop itself, and then we connect, you know, the loop into the circuit. We'll do another round, and then when everything is connected, the entire system will be, you know, tested again. So we'll have multi-stage testing to ensure the integrity of the system before we tend to connect to the building. Yeah.
Okay. So there's an electrical system that heats or cools the liquids coming from the well field. Is that system usable if the well fields fail?
She's muted.
And
No?
I'm trying to understand your question. I'm sorry. So if you talk about the separate system,
There is no completely redundant system to the geothermal wells field in terms of the cooling and heating. There is an emergency system, so if for power, you know, going off, that can keep the building. It's a very large generator that we're placing next to the historic building to be able to keep the building running and keep it from freezing if there were any problems. But we don't anticipate, you know, global failure of the entire system.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions from the commissions?
I have a follow-up question, Bernard, if I
Jim
may.
Carroll.
So this really gets to the bottom of my concern is, and I think Margaret said it, you know, the very rare are there failures in the system. But what I think about and I'm concerned about is if there is a failure, now we have to disrupt the park again. And I don't know what sort of disruption that would cause, for how long. So I know everything is tested, you know, standard fare in the industry, and before you bury it, it's all inspected and all that, and you know that's the best you can do. That's highest and best practices. So I appreciate that, but I just always want to just you know, make everybody aware that we are using precious park lands, and that we just have to be cognizant of the fact that we can't be going back in there on any type of a regular basis and to disrupt the park experience.
Thank you, Jim. I see Lauren Bernard has her hand up.
Yes, hi. Good evening, everyone. This is Lauren Bernard from the Park and Recreation Commission. So I have a number of questions/comments. Some of them are directed to town council, some to the people who just presented. I'd like to start by saying that, and I don't think I'm alone in saying this, that I'm still perplexed, despite the thousands of pages of documents, why we're actually here taking this vote when we already took a vote in August of 22. That said, it seems that we have to vote again. I also,
Lauren, hold on one second. Hold on one. You're getting some clapping based on your statement.
oh, really? Oh, great. I've had a bad day. I'm glad somebody's happy with something I'm saying.
Okay.
You know, to that point, to have already voted, and then, you know, for the commission, that is, to have already voted, and then be asked to vote again, and then get an email less than 7 days before this meeting with 1,400 pages to read online, I feel is very disrespectful of our time. And that said, in the 1,400 pages that I could not read all of, in those 1,400 pages, I did find things that I found were very inconsistent with tonight's presentation. And I'd like to highlight a couple of those. The first being that I can't, I apologize, I left my notes at home, but
one of the documents we were asked to read said that the project was, this was going to be 5 months, and then it's 8 months, and then it's 12 months. Is this going to keep changing? I am not against this project. I mean, just to give you some history here, it was my warrant article, along with 2 other town meeting members. I was previously a town meeting member in November of 2017 that started the whole discussion about renovating Pierce. So I have been favorable to the renovation of Pierce for quite some time. So I want that to be clear. Secondly, what I guess I'm getting at is that there just seems to be a lot of inconsistency in the documents. In terms of timeline, in terms of, for example, in tonight's motion that we're being asked to vote on, it says that we are to cede control of the park, the Pierce Playground, during the project itself, whether it's 5 months, 12 months, whatever it is, and then it comes back to us. But I think that motion, there needs to be language that says the park will be returned to us in the same condition it was given to the building project. And I don't see that language. And thirdly, that doesn't sound right, but it is expected that the commission takes back control of the park, but then there's this confusing language about the disposition. So I guess my biggest question is, can a timeline be confirmed? If the timeline doesn't work out, is there going to be money put in some kind of almost escrow that will take care of the, overage of time and money? And thirdly, could someone explain to me this discrepancy between the ceding of control of the park, then we get control back of the park, but then there's this weird language in the motion about the permanent disposition. So if someone I suspect these are some questions for town council. If town council could perhaps respond to these concerns in the first place, and then whoever else can respond to the others in the second place, I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Sure. Joe Callahan, Town Council. Let me take a start and see if I can answer, I think, all your questions. If you're unhappy with my answers, let me know, or if someone from the design team wants to add more, please do. There are 2 dispositions involved in this, what we're asking the boards to do: a permanent disposition of a column of the subsurface soils under the playground from 5 feet below the ground level to 600, 700, 800 feet. That is going to be occupied in the future by geothermal wells, so you're not going to be able to use it again. Okay, so that's the permanent disposition, just that portion of the column of subsurface soils underneath the parkland. That's the permanent disposition. That's the change in use of this subsurface of the parkland. The surface is not being disposed of. Air rights, the rest of the subsurface is not being changed. It's just that portion of the column of subsurface conditions. There's a temporary disposition during construction. You might have, the inconsistency I think you're referring to is, how long this is going to be. There's an outside limit set by the National Park Service of 12 months because this this land received the Land, Water, and Conservation Fund. So the National Park Service has given us a outside limit of 12 months. The various days less than that, the inconsistency, I think, is just because of the planning and design and construction project, construction timeline. You might have a schematic design earlier. We're now at 60% design, but it hasn't gone out to bid, which is planned for the fall. So those ideas that you might have on the back of the envelope in the conceptual stage gets finer during the substantial design and gets even more detailed and a higher level of confidence of these details as you go along the design process. So the fact that 2 years ago we might have said something and it's different today, that's because the answer that we have today has a higher level of confidence and has more details and facts and process to be able to be informed as to, we now think it's only going to be an 8-month process from the fall to the spring to the fall in either 25 or 26. But the actual year will be up to the contractor because that's up to their means and methods. So when we put out to bid, they'll decide, I think I can do it in 2025, but I don't have driller availability, so I won't be able to do it until 2026. But again, it will only be during that period from the spring to the fall, probably about 8 months. It could be even less, so 5 months. But again, that's up to the contractor. So you may even see an inconsistent number with the contractor actually doing the work. But again, that's just the natural evolution of a project from concept to construction. The idea that, we dumped on you a lot of pages, my apologies, but the start of that was a 7-page summary. But we also heard that that 7-page summary was inadequate, and where was the rest of the information? So we backed it up with the 26 other public meetings that had been held on geothermal. There have been a lot of, there's members of the Pierce Building Committee. There've been a lot of other meetings, but we're able to identify 26 different meetings that discuss geothermal wells before the full community, the parent teachers organization, the select board, Park and Rec, and other bodies. So what we gave you is all the information that has been discussed over the past 3 years about why we got here and what alternatives did we consider. And why we got here tonight, and we can't just rely on your vote from August of 2022, is because of that Article 97 policy. We can't just use we think the Park and Rec supports this. They support the concept. So, EEA requires a specific motion, specific authorization, and a specific vote. So that's why in front of you, you'll hear the motion. It is very detailed because that's what EEA wants to hear from these bodies, that they went through this process knowingly, they know all the facts, they understand the process, and it's not just relying on, hey, I found this authorization in a meeting minutes years ago, and that's good enough for us. No, that's the protection that Article 97 gives. And when it was before the Park and Rec Commission in August of 2022, they specifically excluded an Article 97 disposition. So the vote the commission took was to support the project, but it did not include a vote to support an Article 97 disposition. So that's why we're in front of you today. And I think that answers all your questions, but if I didn't and I overlooked one, please tell me. And if the design team wants to add anything, feel free.
I'll just quickly comment on timeline, and I do apologize to all the members of the commission for having you out on short notice to this, and I appreciate your volunteer service to the community. I will own the timeline issue. The rationale for this was the building commission is another key component of the Pierce project more generally. They have to take a vote on whether to begin the early demolition process of Pierce over the summer into the fall. They were nervous about taking that vote before you had voted. And they have a bid that is expiring on some of that work at the end of this week. So the only time that we were able to get quorum of your bodies was today. We did our best to accommodate everyone's schedules. We do apologize. We understand for you coming out on a Tuesday and talking through very technical issues with all the backup that Joe mentioned is a lot to ask, but we're very grateful for you for answering that call and being here to be a part of this process. So thank you and apologies.
I would like to let the commissions make sure that they have their questions answered. But remember, we have a public hearing and we have to conclude by 8. But, it's important because your votes are critical that any questions you have get answered. Yes, go to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Antonia Bellalta.
Talk directly into the mic.
My name is Antonia Bellalta. I'm a member of Park and Rec Commission for the past 15 years. And I want to preface what I have to say that I am in support of the Pierce building. My children went there. I saw the conditions of Pierce 30 years ago, so I can only imagine. And, with the tours, what it's like and what the experience is like now. And I also support geothermal wells. But for the past 15 years, our role as Park and Rec Commission has been to protect the limited open space that we have and to provide as much recreation for our increasingly growing community. So I think the thing that's missing for me personally, and some of the questions that have been asked tonight, is to really feel that this portion of open space is taken just as seriously as geothermal wells and this new school, and to look at this project as a holistic project. I was dismayed to see how many trees are coming down, and I'm not sure even where they are coming down. As a park protector, I'm dismayed a little bit that we haven't been presented with a plan that says this is what is coming down. I did see, of course, that they're being replaced. So, but still, there's a role here that apparently we feel, or I feel, I should speak for myself, that some of the transparency or collaboration is missing. So from here on out, and as Jim said, and somebody tonight said even, we don't have even land to replace what the school building is taking for geothermal wells, which I think is a great thing. But even more so, we have to protect our open space carefully and with, where the care custodians and stewards, geothermal well and open space and our green living environment is an asset to everybody. So I hope it goes through, but there are also, so the last thing is that I did see in the 1,800 pages that we tried to read was the plan that was presented to us, and the amount of space that wants to be taken for this project, I think really needs to be clarified. There are some documents that show that the entire park and basketball court is being used. Solomon showed that they had construction trailers on our newly renovated basketball, newly created basketball court. That does affect sports for a community that use those courts after hours. So just let's work together and figure out how this is, all more moving forward. That's the only thing that I ask.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, quick.
I just wonder if maybe the project team could clarify that, because I think she made a statement, and I think it was based on a question about what is the actual impact on the park? Well, the park, my understanding is the park is being affected below grade, so 5 feet and below. It will be disrupted, but it will be returned to its original state and probably better for both the basketball court and the ball field. And I don't believe there's any trees being removed from the Pierce Park. There are from the school building lot, because they have to do that. And then they're going to replace a whole bunch of trees. But that's me speaking and not the project team. But I do think it would be helpful to hear the project team speak specifically to this question. What is the impact on the recreational aspect of the park? And will there be trees removed, and will it be put back to original?
I can take that question if you'd like. All of the trees on the park playground side are anticipated to be protected and to remain. And the geothermal well fields will be out of the drip lines and far enough away from the sewer and drain lines that are there. We're going to be coordinating that, and we would welcome any park and rec to just confirm before the actual first drill actually happens, that the protection is in place to their satisfaction. So all trees in the park will remain. We are just making to take down the existing building and build the large structure on the tight school site. It's the trees that are in the proximity of the building, and we're reconfiguring the street edge. And so the trees, we've already gone through with the tree warden, with Tom Brady, and identified which trees could possibly remain, which ones could be transplanted, and which ones would be replaced. So that process along all the streetscapes has already happened with Tom Brady. The ones on site close to the building just simply wouldn't survive the substantial construction with the removal of the old building and the building of the new. So there will be more trees planted on this side. So it will, and we're increasing the open space on this side, on the school side of the property, and increasing its perviousness as well as the tree coverage in the construction.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, Marcus Quigley. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. As the commission, we're often tasked with dealing with complex issues in very tight space. We are responsible for the open space plan as well as protection of wetland resource areas. And in a community that has a lot going on and a lot of open spaces with multifunctional needs and capacities, we really applaud the consideration of creative solutions. We live in a community where we cannot afford to not use our resources effectively to solve our most complex problems. And I think this project does exactly that. So thank you for, I think, holding this process too. It's great to see so many people engaged. Speaking about geothermal wells, who thought? So pretty exciting. And we're looking forward to voting on this issue.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pamela Harvey. I'm also a member of the Conservation Commission. I just wanted to emphasize that at the commission, we take our Article 97 responsibilities very seriously in protecting open space. That's certainly a concern we share with Parks and Recreation and many members of the Brookline community. And just as an example, in the last open space plan, me and another member of the commission went through and very carefully looked at the deeds and the votes on land that had been given to the town, so we'd have an accurate census of our Article 97 land. So I also just want to say that the geothermal wells that I'm most familiar with are the ones in Copley Square. Actually, Trinity Church has geothermal wells there. And I just from seeing that, you would never know that there was anything under there. It's just open space that's open to the public there. But so I'm confident that the result here after construction is done will be very similar. The use of subsurface use may have changed, but the surface use will not be changed at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to answer the question in the chat.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, there's a question in the chat. Miriam.
Yes. So again, geothermal wells going in at Driscoll. So I know more about geothermal wells than I ever thought I would. There is a question in the chat asking about how long do geothermal wells, what is the lifespan of a geothermal system? And I will say it really depends on what you look at, but some of these wells started going in the 70s, and these are still functioning and in use now. So it can be quite long, but I don't have an actual number for you, just to say that there are wells now functioning that have been functioning for 50 years. So
Expected lifespan is anywhere from 50 to 100 years. The warranty is 50 years.
Great.
Warranty is 50.
Oh, there's a warranty. I love it. Yes.
Okay, unless there are any other questions from the commissions,
that exceeds
I'd like to move on to the public hearing.
All right. We have folks signed up in advance for the public hearing. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah. Let me introduce, because I want to point out one person. So before we hear from the broader public, I want to let our state representative, Tommy Vitolo, speak to give us some background on what the next steps would be if we approve the installation of the geothermal wells. I'm going to give him a couple extra minutes to make sure that it's clear to everyone, this process that he will be quarterbacking to some degree, to a significant degree.
Good evening. I am Tommy Vitolo, and I represent the 15th Norfolk District, roughly defined as North Brookline, including where we are now and the other side of School Street. I thank you for your service on the Park and Rec Commission, the Conservation Commission, the Select Board, and town staff. And I thank the public, particularly the little ones. And by little, I mean Pierce School students, for being here and for doing an awesome job supporting your school and your community. We're here tonight to discuss a specific Article 97 consideration, and I'd like to frame the conversation a little bit. As a state representative, I have two specific roles in this context. One role is to shepherd this Article 97 petition through the legislature should Brookline choose to send it along. Because the legislative session expires on July 31st, 2024, which is rather soon in legislative time, I've already begun laying the groundwork. The second role is to act as a liaison between state government and local government. In that role, I've met with staff at the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, with staff and the committee chair of the Joint Committee on Municipalities, with the House Majority Leader and Chair of Ways and Means, and even discussed it briefly with Lieutenant Governor Driscoll. If members of any Brookline board, committee, or commission, or if a member of the public has any questions or concerns at any time, you should feel free to call me 617-872-8921. Try me now. My phone's on mute. I thought of that. Having discussed my role briefly, I'd like to give a minute of attention to the roles of other boards, committees, commissions, and town meeting, our legislative body. And although I'm neither a particular fan of the New England Patriots nor the NFL in general, I'm a college football guy, I do want to channel Coach Bill Belichick. Each of us has an important role to play, and we must focus on our role, not the role of some other entity. We must do our jobs. We should draw our assignments directly from the law, promulgated regulations, and our appointing authorities. We should all certainly listen to the general public, but we should not define our roles based on their thoughtful speculation. As the commissioners know, the Park and Rec Commission derives powers from MGL Chapter 84, Section 7, and from Chapter 87. And with respect to Article 97, EOEEA's policy from February 19, 1998 remains crystal clear. Obtain a unanimous vote of the Municipal Park Commission if the land proposed for disposition is parkland. You will note that the regulation does not require any specific reports or analyses, nor does it ask, require, or expect that the Park and Rec Commission review the city or town's Article 97 process to ensure the entire application dots the i's or crosses t's. If you, the Park and Rec Commissioners, are comfortable that this Article 97 process is consistent with the letter and spirit of Chapters 84 and 87, and if you are comfortable that the completion of this Article 97 process will not have a permanent, material, negative impact on the use of the Pierce Park ball field, you should feel empowered to vote yes tonight. Similarly, as the commissioners know, the Conservation Commission exists for the promotion and development of natural resources and for the protection of watershed resources of the community. With respect to Article 97, EOEEA's policy from February 19th, 1998 is slightly different from the Park and Rec policy, but similarly crystal clear. Obtain a unanimous vote of the Municipal Conservation Commission that the Article 97 land is surplus to municipal conservation and open space needs. The Conservation Commission must consider whether or not the proposed Article 97 installation and use has no negative impact on the municipal conservation and open space needs. If the commission believes that for the foreseeable future, the use of this land will remain a diamond ball field and that the installation will have no deleterious impact on conservation. In fact, the status quo from the purview of the commission is unchanged. The delta between the future use and the current use is zero. There is no use, surplus, or otherwise that is lost. Like the EOEEA instructions for the Park and Recreation Commission, this guidance does not require that the Conservation Commission weigh, consider, or otherwise discuss the town's process writ large. Any conversation of, for example, an alternatives analysis is simply not relevant for the Conservation Commission decision, And I hope that the commission will have the wisdom to leave that question to the appropriate town authority, the select board. And that gets me to the select board. Thank you for including me in your process and for including the public. Thank you also for including town council, the town administrator, and relevant consultants, our local experts on this Article 97 process. I urge you to heed their counsel and to assemble an Article 97 application package consistent with the checklist provided by the EOEEA, including the novel requirements created by the PLPA, which I will remind the public I voted for, because the legislative intent is to replace lost square miles, acres, even square feet of parkland, rendering the PLPA a side note in this conversation, precisely because under this proposal, every square inch of grass, every bit of playing field infrastructure, every step in the walkway will be returned to existing or better condition upon completion of this project. Town government requires incredible teamwork. I'm honored to do my part, as I know you are all honored to do yours. Let's each of us do our jobs and not be tempted to replicate the work of our teammates or to take instructions from folks in the cheap seats. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or anytime in the future. Again, call me, 617-872-8921.
Okay, let's. So we have a large number of people who want to speak, so I'm going to have to give each person just 2 minutes. Remember, we're not requiring you to speak for 2 minutes. There's no penalty if you speak for less than 2 minutes. So if you can say what you need to say in less than 2 minutes, do it. And if someone already has said what you want to say, you can just say you agree with so-and-so, which will probably take 10 to 15 seconds, leaving time for others, as well as emphasizing the points that you want to make. So let's start off. Charlie, who do we have first?
Sure. The first person signed up for public comment is Jeff Rudolph. Jeff, I don't see you online.
It's right there.
Please approach the presentation station and your 2 minutes will begin. Please.
On deck are Daniel Fishman and Laura Knott.
Great, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Jeff Rudolph. I'm a Precinct 6 town meeting member, and I was the campaign manager for last year's Pierce ballot measure. However, today I'm speaking for myself as a Pierce parent and asking the Park and Recreation Commission and the Conservation Commission to vote in favor of using a portion of the Pierce School playground for geothermal wells, and the Select Board for their continued support for the Pierce Building project. 43 years before Article 97 was approved, and 95 years ago overall, the Pierce School playground opened in 1929 as the first playground available for the students of Pierce Grammar and primary schools. I can assure you that not a soul at the ribbon cutting ceremony that day uttered the words geothermal wells. The Pierce Primary School is still with us. It's the historic building. The Pierce Grammar School was built in 1900 and was then replaced in 1974 by the buildings we have today that are units A, B, and C. I'm in favor of adding geothermal wells, joining existing water, sewer, and drainage infrastructure to allow the third school that will be built to be completely fossil fuel free. Geothermal wells will enable the lowest possible all-electric operating costs and are the design we have submitted to the MSBA, who have awarded the town $45 million for this project. Open space, parks, and playgrounds are vital, highly valuable spaces in our community. We should think carefully.
You have 30 seconds.
Study everything and hold public hearings like this one before making decisions on their usage. 95 years from now, in the year 2119, I'm confident that the people at the ribbon cutting ceremony for the 4th Pierce School, of which I'm not running the campaign for, will be talking about new technologies that we have never uttered, but we'll still want the Pierce playground to be available for the kids of the school along with everyone in the town, just like they were intended 190 years prior to that. In closing, I want to thank Ken Liss for a lot of the information I've had in history.
I do have to stop you.
And thank you very much.
The next person signed up for The next person signed up for public comment is Daniel Fishman. After that is Laura Knott and Lawrence Whitney.
Hi, my name is Daniel Fishman. I'm 35 years old. This is Elijah Fishman, Brookline High class of 2038, future Pierce student. He's 4. We live at 138 Davis. We used to live at Hurd Road. We've lived in Brookline Village for a decade plus. Well, I've lived there. You want to sit on my shoulders? Great.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
I chose to buy here twice, raise a family here because I love the village and because I've heard excellent things about Pierce's education. During the campaign last year, I toured Pierce and saw the horrible and partially legally non-compliant shape that it's in. Pierce has been on the to-do list since 2006. Since then, I've graduated high school, college, law school, and practiced law for 8 years. Since then, I met my wife, dated for 4 years, got engaged, got married, had 2 kids, 4-year-old Elijah and 1-year-old Sammy, who could not make it tonight. This process has been long. Some say too long. We're now talking about the field. My kids play on that park and will for several years to come. Now, I'll be honest with you. Given the quantity of Fishman genetics in my kids will likely be hurt on that park. Tripping while running, falling off jungle gyms, stupidly going headfirst down a slide. They will never face a single shred of danger because of what is underneath it. These geothermal wells will not affect my kids whatsoever. You want to speak? Okay, 1 second. I'm confident that my kids will thrive at Pierce and beyond for decades to come. Will our planet, will our environment? We need this geothermal to protect the park. We need it for our client, for our climate. It's also the lowest cost.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. So we can allocate more town resources for priorities other than paying for fossil fuels. My son will miss Pierce Park for the season it's closed, just like he missed Cypress and Murphy when they were closed. The closure of this park for a season should not delay this project anymore. Thank you all.
The next person signed up for public comment is Laura Knott, and after that is Lawrence Whitney, and after that Jesse Hefter.
Speak right into the microphone. It moves, yeah. Perfect. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Laura Knott. I'm a town meeting member in precinct 13 and the co-coordinator of Brookline Mothers Out Front. I'm speaking for Brookline Mothers Out Front, whose leadership team has voted enthusiastically to support the installation of geothermal wells under the Pierce School playground. Every action the Brookline Mothers Out Front takes is based in a simple statement of a gigantic goal. We work to ensure a livable climate for all children. Not a perfect climate, not a world without risk or difficulty or controversy, not a livable climate just in Brookline or just for the Pierce kids, but a livable climate for all children. We frame our work within what the United Nations calls the triple planetary crisis, that is climate change, environmental pollution, and the loss of biodiversity. As activists, we understand and we work in all 3 areas of the triple planetary crisis. We understand, too, that benefits to one part of the crisis may imbalance another. Providing fossil fuel-free heating and cooling to a large municipal building will require giving up rights to land underneath a park. It will mean losing public access to at least part of the park for a number of months. Unexpected engineering challenges may arise. It will be disruptive and it will be expensive, but what will be the cost of failure? We cannot afford to fail. We must reimagine alternatives to an intolerable status quo. And most of all, we must act with all possible
30 seconds.
speed to do the best that we can do in difficult, complex, and uncertain circumstances. Approving the ground source geothermal wells under the Pierce Playground is such a small step toward a livable climate for all children. Let's take that step. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lawrence Whitney.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Whitney, and I'm the resident of Precinct 6 here in Brookline and a parent of 2 Pierce School students, 2nd and 5th grades. I'm here this evening to speak in favor of moving forward expeditiously with the Pierce School project overall and the geothermal installation under Pierce Park in particular. And I come bearing very good news on the financial front. Moving forward with the geothermal project as planned is the most cost-effective solution under present circumstances. Materials for the Building Commission meeting scheduled to begin at 8 p.m. this evening indicate that the cost to the overall Pierce School project of not moving forward with the geothermal plan will be over $4 million, assuming that the Building Commission approves the early release package at tonight's meeting. The cost of failure to move forward with the geothermal plan if they do not approve the early release package is estimated at $9,665,338. The consultants hired to manage the Pierce reconstruction project further indicate that they do not believe that they would be able to value engineer this much cost out of the project, and so additional funding from the town would be required. For these reasons, I very much urge the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Conservation Commission to unanimously approve the geothermal plan for the Pierce School project so that we can keep the project moving forward, preserve Pierce Park as an open space by policy and practicality, make good on our commitments as a town regarding climate change, and save ourselves from cost escalations in the process. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jesse Hefter and Marissa Vogt. They will each be sharing a minute.
1 minute each, right?
That's right.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jesse Hefter. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 14, also a candidate for a seat on the school committee coming up. I am proud to have 2 grandchildren in the Roland Hayes School. I speak tonight to urge the Park and Recreation Commission, the Conservation Commission, and the Select Board to approve the construction and installation of geothermal wells below the park adjacent to the existing school to provide heating and cooling for the new school. Approval of this request is critical to keep the project moving on time and forward. There are 650 families, teachers, and school staff waiting to move into a new building. Any delays may increase the project cost and needlessly frustrate the school community. One benefit of a geothermal system is improved indoor air quality. There are no fumes or emitted gases. Consequently, the school building will be a healthier environment for our students and staff. I plan to continue to be involved in this project as I have been for the last several months. The work must move forward without delay so that we stay on track financially, practically, and strategically. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marissa Vogt. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 6, and I'm a Pierce parent and also a Beat parent. I represent Precinct 6, which abuts Pierce Park, and along with Precinct 7, which includes Pierce Park, overwhelmingly voted in favor of the project with geothermal wells. And tonight I'm going to read a statement from Susie Ma, a Pierce and BHS parent and a member of the Pierce Site Council. She's asking you today to please vote in favor of installing geothermal wells under Pierce Park. The commission voted in favor of plans to use Pierce Park for geothermal wells in August of 2022, followed up by favorable votes from the select board in September of 2022, and Brookline voters and town meeting members both in May of 2023. Clearly, the community wants geothermal wells to be installed, and everyone in Brookline will benefit from the installation of wells as a renewable alternative to fossil fuels that does not contribute to global warming. If this community is serious about impacting climate change, then we should put our money where our mouths are and install the wells. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Felice Vitolo. After Felice, we have Shira Fisher online. Shira, please be ready after Felice.
It's Felice.
Felice?
Felice.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Felice Vitolo. I'm a 7th grader at Pierce School. Me and my friends like to play basketball together a lot. We're all on a team together. And we play at the park a ton. Sometimes we also go there before school and shoot around. And voting yes on this would mean we lose our park for a whole season. And that'd be tough. But we should still do this because it's important for the community. And also, we can just go to Cypress Park, or maybe you guys can open up some indoor courts. So please vote yes tonight.
The next person signed up for public comment is Shira Fisher. Shira is online, being promoted to a panelist now. Shira, you've been promoted to a panelist. You may speak. Your 2 minutes will begin.
Thanks so much. Hi, folks. Thanks to everybody who's been so involved in the many years of planning this. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I am a parent to 3 kids and it's dinner time, so I appreciate having this access as well. I'm Shira Fisher. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 11, and I just want to express my support for this project moving forward, so as not to hold up kids getting access to a new school and to a school that's as environmental as possible and a park that's as environmental as possible. This will hopefully be around for generations. We owe these kids and future generations to make this investment, to make it fossil fuel free and as environmental as possible. And it's very hard to follow Felice, so I'll end there. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Dave Porter. Dave, you may approach the presentation station. Your 2 minutes will begin. After that, we have Carolyn Thal and Dan Saltzman.
Hi, thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Dave Porter. I live here in Precinct 6, but way over on Clark Road, so my kids go to Runkle. I am here to lend my voice to that of the Pierce community and let everyone know that over at Runkle, we have your back. This project is a fantastic use of our precious public space. I'd like to use my time to read into the record the names and some brief statements from folks who couldn't be here tonight, who are closer to the project than I am. Michelle Smith, starting with Michelle Smith, second grade mom and a butter to the Pierce playground. Strong support, quote, strong support for using the ground under Pierce Park for geothermal wells. Radma Sarma, first grade Pierce mom and a butter to Pierce playground. In full favor and support of the geothermal project at Pierce Park. Julia Barnes, a butter to Pierce playground. As a renewable source of energy, I'm in favor of geothermal and would be happy to see this project move forward. And Eliza Adler and Sean Dustin Halliday, abutters to the little kids playground, quote, and we definitely want the project to move forward. So I'm Dave Porter, and I'm here to join all of these Pierce parents and the kids that are still here and all of the folks in calling on the commissions of Park and Rec and Conservation to unanimously approve the fully underground, climate forward, urgently critical path geothermal plan for beneath Pierce Playground tonight. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carolyn Thal, who is sharing time with Dan Saltzman. Carolyn, if you're in the room, please approach the presentation station. I don't see Carolyn online. I do see Daniel Saltzman. I'm going to promote Daniel now. Daniel, you have been promoted to a panelist. You can share your video and your audio, and your 2 minutes will begin. Not seeing Daniel. There you are. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, thank you. I'm Dan Saltzman, town meeting member, Precinct 6. I've been involved with the Brookline Public Schools issues for quite some time as a town meeting member, neighborhood advocate, and a parent of 3 children in our schools, all of whom attended Pierce, and one still does attend Pierce. I will always deeply care about the future and quality of Brookline schools. In 2017, I was part of a small group previously mentioned by Lauren Bernard just a few minutes ago that led the effort to raise awareness of the conditions at Pierce with the hopes of moving a renovation or rebuild forward as quickly as possible. I was also part of the effort to pass the most recent ballot measure to fund the current Pierce project. So it should come as no surprise. I support overcoming whatever obstacles come up and the Pierce project moving ahead quickly. Carolyn Thal, who is a school committee candidate but can't be here tonight due to a campaign event, shares my feelings and my view on this current issue. Because she's unable to be here, I offered to read the following statement on her behalf. As a candidate for school committee, I'd like to offer a few comments about the Pierce building project. In whatever role the school committee has in the Pierce project in the coming years, if elected, I would endeavor to support smooth transitions for students and staff to their temporary locations, good operations in those facilities, and a focus on spending the money that was voted last year to build the new school as efficiently as possible. I have experience supporting my neighborhood through a major impact construction project and would bring that sensitivity to bear here as well. I would have something to offer to the important mitigation and communication efforts. I hope the decision makers and the Pierce community have a smooth ride as this project launches and moves forward. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Wendy Stahl. Wendy, you may approach the presentation station. After that, we have Neil Gordon and Lisa Cunningham.
Hi, I'm Wendy Stahl. I'm a medical doctor, town meeting member, Precinct 5, and chair of Brookline's Zero Emissions Advisory Board. As a board, we are strongly in favor of installing geothermal, also known as ground source heat pumps, for the Pierce School. I'm going to focus on 2 points. First, geothermal is best for the climate. And second, geothermal is the best for our wallets. The engineering team looked at 4 different all-electric heating systems for the Pierce School. Even though the school will be fossil fuel free no matter which system is installed, there are still carbon emissions associated with each of the 4 systems because the electricity used to power them will rely to some degree on fossil fuels for generation. Our schools are not on a 100% green electricity program. Geothermal was projected to have the lowest carbon pollution of all 4 alternatives, saving 179 tons of carbon pollution every year over the next best option. The idea has been floating around that potentially the Pierce field could be used for a mini forest in the future. According to the EPA, the carbon emissions saved each year from using geothermal at Pierce is equivalent to the carbon stored by over 100 acres of forest. The Pierce field is just over 2 acres. What about solar panels? Pierce is planning on adding solar panels. Unfortunately, there's not enough space to install an array large enough to cover 100% of the electricity use, even with a highly efficient geothermal system. If we use a less efficient system, not only will solar cover an even smaller portion of the electricity,
You have 30 seconds.
but the solar array will have to be downsized due to the need to place mechanical systems on the roof, a lose-lose situation. But I really want to emphasize the costs here today. According to the engineers, geothermal has the lowest lifetime cost without any state or federal incentives. This is because even though it costs more upfront, each year we save $135,000 over the alternatives on combined operational and maintenance costs. But there's more. There are significant state and federal rebates available.
Your
for
time has
ground source heat
expired.
pumps.
I do have to I have to stop you there. Thank you.
I can finish?
I know I do have to stop you there. Sorry.
Oh.
We got too many folks coming to talk.
The next person signed up for public comment is
Give us $10 million over the lifetime.
Okay, I gotta stop you. Let's stop you. Go ahead.
I'm ready if you're ready. I'm Neil Gordon, Precinct 1 Town Meeting Member and a member of the Advisory Committee. So we've heard a lot about geothermal in Pierce Park and chapter and verse of state law. And I want to talk numbers and more specifically 2.5 as in Prop 2.5. When the Advisory Committee was considering the question of geothermal for the new Driscoll School, members were not quite reaching consensus on that subject. That led one AC member to do a return on investment analysis, which showed that the planned geothermal would more than pay for itself over time. But there's an interesting added benefit directly related to the machinations of Prop 2.5. The cost of geothermal is a capital cost, funded through debt-excluded borrowing. Principal and interest are appropriated and paid annually, just as the cost of non-geothermal energy is appropriated and paid annually. But principal and interest on Pierce project debt will be excluded from the tax cap set by Prop 2.5 per the will of the voters. The reduced spending on fossil fuels, though, will free up budget capacity under Prop 2.5. That capacity can be used for park maintenance, to fund new recreation programs, or for street trees, for example. As a town meeting member and a member of the advisory committee, I support all of those. Let's not lose this opportunity. Let's approve all we need to approve and move the Pierce project forward. I thank you for your time.
the next person signed up for public comment is Lisa Cunningham. Lisa, I believe you have been promoted to a panelist and you
Yep,
may.
I'm here. Can you hear me
Yeah,
okay?
yes, we can hear you. Your 2 minutes will begin.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Lisa Cunningham and I live at 397 Newton Street. I'm the co-founder of the statewide nonprofit organization Zero Carbon MA, and I'm also one of the main co-petitioners of Brookline's 2019 bylaw on fossil fuel-free construction, as well as many others, a bylaw that passed with a near unanimous vote and became the catalyst for our movement, and the 10 community fossil fuel-free demonstration program that just got implemented in Brookline. I am also an architect with my own practice working in Brookline for over 30 years. Over the past 4 years, my firm has worked on 6 ground source heat pump projects, that's geothermal, and I'm very familiar with this decades-old technology. The incredibly compelling cost advantages of the project are clear. So are the critically important climate impacts. I am looking out my window, and I can still see out the window, from my own home at a yard that has 3 wells underneath it.
While construction was going on, my backyard looked like a construction site with a rig as tall as our 3-story home. It was exciting and wonderful. A few months later, with absolutely no landscaping help, our yard looked identical to the way it did before the drill rig arrived. We got a bag of grass seed, literally threw it around our yard, which is also full of old growth trees, and that was that. I grew up in Brookline, raised my children in Brookline, and my grandchildren now go to get daycare directly across from Pierce. I could not be more thrilled that the park where they play will be doing double duty going forward. Not only preserving
30 seconds.
Wonderful open space, but also invisibly heating and cooling a badly needed new school. The fact that children will see these magnificent drill rigs in action is thrilling. Let's get on with the important vote of getting a unanimous vote at town meeting. I am the third out of 5 generations of my family to live in and serve Brookline. My grandfather served on the Parks and Recs Commission, and I'm sure he would be voting for his great-great-grandchildren's future were he alive today. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Alec Leibowitz. After Alec is Lisa Schatz and Kenneth Say Amand.
Good evening. My name is Alec Leibowitz. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 8 and a candidate for the Brookline Select Board. And I'm here tonight to stand in solidarity with the Pierce community. The voters went to the polls last year. They weighed the costs and the benefits of the Pierce School program. They were informed by a rigorous yes and no campaign. And in the midst of a fair and free election, they made an informed choice to build a new Pierce School. Since that election, this project has faced repeated delays and occasional efforts to derail the project, which has all served to create uncertainty for Pierce families and place an unfair burden on them, many of whom may not even know where their children will go to school next year. We owe it to this community and to our town to stand by the results of our last election and make sure this project gets done. Installing geothermal wells will provide an opportunity to even better align this project with our aggressive climate and sustainability goals. As we heard tonight, geothermal installation will have a minimal impact on playground facilities, which will remain open during installation, and park spaces can quickly be reseeded and restored to their original function. And additionally, adequate tree protection considerations have been taken. In the case of the Pierce School project, we literally cannot afford to delay. As we heard, Article 97 actions are lengthy processes, and we further risk the funds we've already committed to design, the demolition plan that we've negotiated that offers millions in savings, and the tens of millions of dollars of Mass School Building Authority funds that we've secured through our earlier efforts.
You have 30 seconds.
I want to offer my sincere thanks to the many town boards, commissions, and volunteers who have thoroughly vetted this proposal, but I think we need to feel urgency here tonight. Supporting this warrant article is an opportunity to vote for climate action, educational equity, and financial prudence. It's time to move this forward and do the right thing. I ask that you all please vote favorable action. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lisa Schatz. After that will be Kenneth St. Amand. Lisa, you may approach the presentation station. Didn't see Lisa online when I just checked. Seeing no Lisa, Kenneth St. Amand. Kenneth, you may approach the presentation station.
Hello, I'm Ken Sainamon. I live at 19 School Street, right across the street from Pierce. That's all the exciting data I have to offer you. I'm sure you all know it more than I do. I consider the Pierce playground to be part of my backyard. My kid has played there since she could walk. And we are ready and willing to make the sacrifice to lose that precious playground for a short period of time. I know that you need abutters to speak, and I wish I could speak louder and more clearly to you that this is what we want. We want this badly. We're very excited about it. We're willing to make the sacrifice. So all of those people in Parks and Recreation who have the misgivings about using the park like this or taking up the space, I assure you the people who live next to it are ready and willing to make that short sacrifice for the long-term benefit of our community and what part we play in the world itself. So thank you again for your time. I appreciate it. Bye.
The next person signed up for public comment is John Harris. John, you may approach the presentation station. After that is Jocelyn Murphy.
Yeah, thank you. My name is John Harris. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 8, and I'm actually speaking officially as co-chair of Climate Action Brookline, which is Brookline's oldest climate action citizen group. The Board of Climate Action Brookline unanimously supports geothermal at the Pierce School playground. We also agree with all of the pro-geothermal remarks already made, and so won't repeat them. Just have, I think it's just 2 quick points. In our discussion, we recognized the vital importance of the Article 97 process in preserving our parks. Want to make that very clear. And as part of that, there was discussion of possible alternative uses of the underground space, which we had heard was critical to this decision. And the only idea we could come up with that had any traction at all was underground car parking. And the feeling was that there was some space nearby as part of the government complex right here for that. So geothermal, we felt very strongly, is the highest and best use of the underground space below the Pierce playground. Finally, the geothermal system at Pierce, like the one at Driscoll, will make a significant difference in our desire to wean ourselves off of fossil fuels and can and will serve as a proud symbol of Brookline's desire to firmly address the climate crisis. And the students of that school, I'm sure, will be very proud of the geothermal system there. Thank you very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Jocelyn Murphy. After that is Susie Ma.
Good evening. Thank you. Jocelyn Murphy. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 16. I'm going to talk about process tonight, and I'm speaking in support of the Pierce School families who support a cost-efficient, fossil-free school, of Brookline's taxpayers who are currently shouldering $750 million of accrued debt, of the Pierce Playground, a protected public park, and in support of improved public transparency and process in the future. These are my questions. I had to curate this because I was cut from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, so my apologies. These are my questions. Is the public aware that the geothermal feasibility consultant in this project recommended unequivocally at the outset that the wells be installed underneath the school where there is adequate space, a shorter path of travel, and no need for geothermal vaults for the complexity of this Article 97 action? Is the public aware that the consultant referred to this complexity again in September 2022, and that he informed the SBC that the use of photovoltaic cells at Pierce without geothermal wells would result in a fossil-free school with EUI comparable to Driscoll with geothermal wells? Were the recommendations and concerns expressed by the consultant regarding the long-term efficiency and anticipated cost of a distant well field in the park, have they been resolved? Is the public aware that red flags concerning the use of the park were raised as early as May 2022, and yet we still don't know what the state will be requiring of Brookline? Are we eligible for a waiver? Will a land swap or mitigation for the loss of the subsurface land be required by the EEA? And if so, at what cost? What will happen if this petition is not supported by 2/3 of both branches of the legislature? Are town officials and the public aware that a taxpayer lawsuit concerning the disposition of a protected playground in Westfield stopped the MSBA-supported construction of a school in its tracks? This process has not inspired confidence in me that this project will not be delayed or that these risks have been adequately considered. Thank you.
Your time is up. The next person signed up for public comment is Susie Ma. After that is Ben Rosenblit.
I just want to point out that somebody did read a statement from me. Can I still speak again?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
1 minute.
Okay,
No.
my name is Susie Ma. I'm a BHS and a Pierce parent, and I'm also a member of the Pierce Site Council. Somebody already spoke, and I'm asking you all to vote in favor of the geothermal wells. I just also want to, we have some teacher testimonials from Pierce, and I just want to get those on the record, just as a reminder of the alternative to not doing this project. These are Pierce teacher testimonials, direct quotes. Last year, when unplugging a student Chromebook from an outlet in my room, an electric shock ran up my arm, and it was left tingling, and the nurse had to check me out. When someone came to fix the outlet to prevent this from happening again to a student, it broke within a few days. Second statement, my room is above 90 degrees at the end of the year and at the beginning of the year. During the winter, there are days when we're lucky to crack above 65. A few weeks ago, an aide was plugging a Chromebook charger into an outlet. It literally exploded, blowing the fuses, destroying the charger. We're very lucky she didn't get hurt, unlike other colleagues who have been electrocuted. Another statement, my student can't hear the librarian give them lessons because about 150 other students, kids, are having class in a 2-story silo with no walls separating any of this. Another one, my room is 105 degrees, literally, for about 2 months. People walk through my classroom all day while I am teaching to get to the school offices. Kindergarten recess happens right outside my door. The violin class meets next door during our meetings. I am separated from my team, most of the school, and I'm separated from my team, most of the school, and you can't get to my classroom if you're in a wheelchair. On hot days, it's unbearable as there's no way to manage the temperature. About a month ago, a 2nd grade teacher at Pierce severely broke her ankle. The teacher had not been able to return to her room or to the 2nd grade wing of the school. Her whole classroom and all her teaching and student materials had to be relocated.
Your time has expired.
I do have to stop you there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ben Rosenbleet. After that is Bernardine Ileto-Chan.
Hello, I'm Ben Rosenbleet and I live at 6 Thayer, right across Washington Street here. So I'm not an expert, not going to go into the intricacies of environmental studies and technical details. But what I can offer is the view of a husband and of a parent and of a resident, and hopefully a future Pierce parent. The usage of the park for geothermal is what is keeping this whole project from moving forward, which includes using the land underneath the park for wells. So it seems to this clinical research professional that you guys have all the scientific details and technical information that is needed in order to approve this plan. I'm in favor of using the park for geothermal wells. I feel the project must move forward for 2 reasons. 1, Brookline voted and the override won. Geothermal wells were a part of the design and hence our vote. Now, at least according to this uneducated voter, it feels like the voter's will is in jeopardy and there's a real possibility of not honoring the intent of our vote. I implore you to go forward with the plan as approved by the voters. I want children like Avi, my 6-year-old son, who has bilateral hearing loss, to be able to attend the school with his friends. He just wants to be, as he said, quote, normal, and go to the school in his neighborhood.
You have 30 seconds.
My daughter, Ellie, is 3, who has asthma. She deserves clean air, water, and the best Brookline that we can offer. An all-electric geothermal well-based system helps make that happen. Please help Avi. Please help Ellie. Please help me and help Brookline. Please vote in favor of using the park for geothermal wells. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bernadine Ileto-Chan. I'm a Pierce parent of 4 children, a Pierce Site Council member, and as a family who uses Pierce Park and is deeply concerned about climate change, I'm in favor of using the park for geothermal wells. Your excellent Pierce Park reservation a few years ago embodies your commission's goal to provide high-quality activities that are cost-efficient. We've endured that park renovation before, and we are willing to endure it again so that we have a playground that the result, again, will be an improved park in addition to financial savings to the town in terms of future energy costs. As we know that you voted in favor of this in 2022 for the Pierce project with the geothermal wells under parkland to help keep costs down while protecting parkland at the same time. I hope you still feel the same way today and will repeat a vote of support for the geothermal wells under Pierce Park. As for the Conservation Commission, one of your goals is to protect open space by adhering to Brookline's no net loss principle. This is the same as Article 97. Many people today pointed out there will be no net loss. We believe that this project aligns with all of your objectives as a commission.
Unanimous approval by both of your commissions will accomplish each of your entities' goals, as well as assist the public schools of Brookline's goals to provide equitable and safe learning environments for all students. However, if you choose not to support the geothermal wells, the consequences are devastating and irreversible. A no vote today means the release of funds for the early demolition package will likely be rejected tonight by the building
You have
commission,
30 seconds.
causing the bids to expire this week, a delay in the project of 6 months, possible $4 to $10 million added to the redesign cost, putting $42 million of state funding in jeopardy, and all the things other people said today. This is a lot of money. Instead of wasting it, we can keep it for Brookline to use for open space and green initiatives and all the school improvements, many things to keep for our town to use. Each one of you, as an individual member of the Parks and Recreation and the Conservation Commissions, has the power to make long-lasting positive impact. Please do not throw away this chance. Now is the time to put your good stewardship
time
of
has
town
expired.
resources, earth
I
resources.
do have to stop you there. Thank you.
This can be your
I
legacy.
do have to stop you there. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Brian Hawklutner. After that, we have Scott Englander online, and then Linda Pelkey, who may have left for AC at this point.
I, excuse me, sorry, let me move the microphone. I'm Brian Hochleitner. I'm a 13-year Pierce parent and user of Pierce Park. I'm also a real estate partner at DLA Piper, where my practice focuses on permitting and land use development projects. Before law, I was worked on building parks and playgrounds for New York City parks, so I'm a longtime park supporter. I'm here to respond to sort of a narrow point, which is a couple of times it came up tonight, the idea of the study of alternatives, that we need to spend more time studying alternatives, that there's an alternative potentially of building wells underneath the school. And I think, this is a very risky thing because it's, picture a pile of $10 million on the ground and lighting it on fire, which is the cost of delaying the project. I think we don't want to do that. And I think that luckily, if you look at the legal standards and the guidance under Article 97 in the Public Land Preservation Act, both of them support the idea that the amount of study that's been done here of alternatives is sufficient. The two key sources of law in this area are the EEOA Article 97 policy from February 1998 and the Public Lands Preservation Act guidance from February of 2023. Each of these make clear that you have to study alternatives, but they also make clear that context is very important, and in particular, focusing on the level of Article 97.
You have 30 seconds.
The scope of the impact is very important. And so here, the impact is very small. We're talking about below grade impacts. No surface will be permanently impacted. And so under each of these sets of guidance, the amount of study that's been done is more than sufficient. The analysis can be limited in this fashion. There's no need to slow down the project and spend more time studying theoretical alternatives that have already been looked at and rejected.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Scott Englander. Scott, you may unmute and your 2 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Scott Englander, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. I'm here to urge the board and commissions to support the recommended design to install the building's geothermal well field under the Pierce School playground. The ground source heat pump system of all the alternatives studied is by far the least expensive to build and operate and has the least emissions. As an energy consultant professionally, I reviewed during the design as a volunteer the economic analysis of HVAC options prepared by the consulting engineers. Those economics are even more compelling now, taking into account new federal guidance on the investment tax credit. Including tax credits and incentives, the system will save $2.5 million in capital costs and $135,000 a year in operating costs compared to the best alternative. Compared to that option, it was estimated to reduce carbon emissions by 179 million tons annually. Add to that reduction in emissions of toxic pollutants, and financially and environmentally, we can't afford not to go with geothermal. The well field location is the only one feasible, as the project team explained earlier. And as we've heard from the many professionals involved with the project here tonight, it'll have no negative impact on the park. Finally, on behalf of my constituents, so many of whom are Pierce families or future Pierce families, I'd like to stress the urgency of moving forward with the new Pierce project. Thank you for your unanimous approval.
The next person signed up for public comment is Linda Pelkey, who I believe has left. Okay, for advisory. Okay. So in that case, the next person signed up for public comment are the Cami brothers, who I am promoting now.
And then John again.
You'll have to.
I just got a text. My partner is Kenny and she meant for me to.
I see. It's listed as Cami brothers on the, it's listed as Cami brothers on the sign up sheet. So please feel free to step up and your 2 minutes will begin.
All right.
That was awesome.
I'm a Pierce parent, a scientist and advocate for net zero. Somehow the previous speakers mostly believe that the only option is to place the wells in our park, that the sky will fall if you don't order now or act today. This is not true, and it seems to be illegal. Article 97 disposition requires exceptional circumstances and all other options to be explored. Instead, this is just an issue of 720,000 K, less than 50 basis points of the entire construction costs. The cost analysis that compares putting the wells in the park versus under the building, I also believe is flawed. It ignores the hefty time and legal costs for doing this Article 97 disposition. The idea that the surface of the park is the only thing that matters is flawed. It conjures the flawed thinking from our past when we thought that things that were underground didn't matter. For example, things like fracking or dumping sewage underwater. Every future logistic operation on this field will require substantial maneuvering because of those particular wells. For example, a few years ago, the Emerson Park field was completely regraded to solve the drainage issues. If you had those wells there, could you still do that type of redraining issue in that park? It is well understood that if too many of these heat exchangers, especially the densely deployed vertical borehole heat exchangers that are being used here, are packed into the ground will cool off. I will forward to recent scientific articles that create a methodology for measuring this effect, and it should be done to ensure that the neighbors of the park suffer no issues of equity. I believe this is a serious issue of equity. It will affect the ability for the neighbors of that park to deploy geo in the future. It's not okay to steal this resource from our future users.
You have 30 seconds.
Simply put, heating a building is an activity that is outside the scope of park use. This is clear and ethical, and I don't think anybody could argue from this. The ethical and moral calculus to approve the placement of these wells directly under the new school is clear and obvious. There's no loser, no lengthy legal process, no disruption of the park, no stealing from the future. The stress and urgency is to avoid mistakes. Lauren asked, why are we here today? It is to honor the intent of our bypass, but in the most responsible and equitable way. Because
your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
And we do not.
Sir, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Sir, that's enough. Thank you. You must stop when I tell you to stop. We have people signed up.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sean Lynn Jones. Sean, you may unmute and your 2 minutes begin.
Thank you very much. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, president of the Brookline Green Space Alliance. I've already submitted written comments on behalf of the Green Space Alliance, so I'll try to keep this concise. The Green Space Alliance supports the installation of geothermal wells at the Pierce Playground. We regard geothermal energy as a key component in Brookline's efforts to reduce and eventually eliminate its reliance on fossil fuels. And I'll also point out that reducing reliance on natural gas has the added benefit of potentially reducing the threat to trees posed by leaks, gas leaks. We hope that Brookline, as it goes forward, will adopt a set of plans and policies that make it possible for it to make maximum use of geothermal energy, including network geothermal that serves multiple buildings. This Pierce project is one step, but it's one step forward in the right direction toward broader use of geothermal energy, and that's why the Green Space Alliance supports it. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Park. Susan, you are being promoted to a panelist now. Susan, you've been promoted to a panelist. You may share your video, unmute, and your 2 minutes will begin.
Okay, thank you. Yes, when I was being promoted, I didn't hear you. So, okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Susan Park. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 17. I'm a vice president of the Town Meeting Member Association, and I'm very happy to be here tonight. I can offer a story. So when at the time Devotion was being renovated, all the students used the nursing home on Webster Street. And the students, you know, this was a big change, and the students had to get used to going into this smaller building. But they got used to it and they acclimated, because our Brookline students and our peer students are resilient and they're strong. And during the recess time, you know, the students had to acclimate and get used to a very, very small blacktop. And the playground basically had a metal fence around the blacktop. There was a four square game. And for those of us who remember playing that when we were little, you needed a ball, and you know, you would hit the ball and try to keep it in the four square. So the children adapted to that. And
You have 30 seconds.
I remember vividly my daughter saying that she really loved recess in that place. So my point is, any changes where the kids can't use that playground for a small while, in the long run, it'll be all worth it. So I support these geothermal wells, and I support this. We really need to honor the people, honor the vote, and let this pass. Thank you.
That concludes the list of folks signed up for public comment.
Okay, seeing no one in the audience or on the board, I'm going to close the hearing now. And unless there's some absolutely critical questions for either the commission or the select board, I'd like to move into the voting part of this meeting. Is that okay with the Conservation Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission? Okay. So I'd like to take those votes because they have to be done before the Building Commission meets in about 20 minutes. So I'll start by moving the following motions of the Select Board. And unfortunately, we have four not short motions, so I'll read them fast. Please listen. First, I move that the Select Board vote favorable action on warrant Article 1 for the special town meeting to be held on May 28th, 2024, for the submission of a home rule petition to the General Court to conduct the disposition of land identified on the town's assessor's map as parcel 171-27-00 and as part of the lands acquired by the town of Brookline for playground and for other municipal purposes pursuant to various deeds recorded in the Norfolk County Registry of Deeds. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
May I ask a question? I thought
Yes.
we were going to get the votes of the commission, the Conservation Commission and the Park Rec Commission.
I thought they voted first, yeah.
Okay, if you want to have them vote first, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
That's.
Well, I mean, what's the,
That was my understanding.
That was
but-
my understanding.
okay, is there any, okay. I'll defer to you.
We won't make you read it again, Bernard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's, thanks, Mike.
Well, I sent this to you earlier, so maybe you can just,
Did it
Right,
earlier.
we're okay with it.
okay.
Yeah.
I said it helps. So is there a motion from the commission?
Which commission do you want to go first?
This is, we're going to do conservation first.
Conservation.
Yes, I move that the Conservation Commission vote favorable action on one, the permanent disposition of a portion of the subsurface soils below the Pierce Playground on School Street for the purposes of construction and installation of geothermal wells for the adjacent Pierce School building project. And two, the temporary transfer of the care, custody, and control of the below listed parcel of land from the Parks and Recreation Commission to the Pierce School Building Committee for the purposes of construction and installation of the geothermal wells for the adjacent Pierce School building project. The parcel is also protected by the National Park Service Land and Water Conservation Fund, and to comply with the requirements of this funding source, the parcel shall not be closed to the public for more than 12 months, and upon completion of construction, the Pierce School Building Committee shall transfer the land back to the Parks and Recreation Commission for the purpose of which the parcel is currently held. And to empower the town through its various boards to consider warrant Article 1 under review for a special town meeting scheduled for May 28th, 2024, and vote favorable action on a home rule petition to conduct this disposition. The land is identified on the town's assessor's maps as parcel 171-27-00 and is part of the lands acquired by the town of Brookline for playground and for other municipal purposes pursuant to various deeds recorded in the Norfolk District Registry of Deeds. A unanimous vote will enable the chairperson to sign on behalf of this body a memo that will be addressed to the select board and school committee to this effect.
Thanks, Pam. Is there a second?
Second.
Sam, seconds? All right, we'll do a roll call vote. So Sam?
Aye.
Werner?
Aye.
Pam?
Aye.
And Roberta online.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye as well. The motion passes unanimously.
I'll call you back.
We'll move now to the Parks and Recreation Commission, the chair.
Hi, this is Clara Batchelor. I'm going to make a motion. The Park and Recreation Commission votes favorable action on 1, the permanent disposition of a portion of the subsurface soils below the Pierce Playground on School Street for the purposes of construction and installation of geothermal wells for the adjacent Pierce School building project. And 2, the temporary transfer of care, custody, and control of the below listed parcel of land from the Parks and Recreation Commission to the Pierce School Building Committee for the purposes of construction and installation of geothermal wells for the adjacent Pierce School building project. The parcel is also protected by the National Park Service Land and Water Conservation Fund, and to comply with the requirement of this funding source, the parcel shall not be closed to the public for more than 12 months. And upon completion of construction, the Pierce School Building Committee shall transfer the land back to the Park and Recreation Commission for the purpose of which the parcel is currently held. And to empower the town through its various boards to consider warrant Article 1 under review for special town meeting scheduled for May 28th, 2024, and vote favorable action on a home rule petition to conduct this disposition. The land is identified on the town assessor's map as parcel 171-27-00 and is part of the land acquired by the town of Brookline for playground and for other municipal purposes pursuant to various deeds recorded in the Norfolk District Registry of Deeds. The unanimous vote enables the chairperson to sign on behalf of the body a memo to be dated and titled in the future and addressed to the select board and school committee. Do I hear a second from a commissioner?
Second.
Okay, I will call the roll now. Antonio Bayalta, I always say it wrong. Sorry, Antonio.
We have a yes vote from the crowd. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Lauren Bernard,
I vote yes.
Jim Carroll,
Yay.
Teresa Mooney,
Yes.
John Pan,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. That's a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Okay, those are the 2 critical votes. Now let's take the vote on the select board.
We're not critical.
Well, yeah,
Not yet.
not for the 8 o'clock meeting. Okay, I'm going to read them again. First, I move that the select board vote favorable action on warrant article 1 of the special town meeting to be held on May 28, 2024 for the submission of a home rule petition to the general court to conduct the disposition of land identified on the town assessor's maps and as part of the land acquired by the town of Brookline for playground and for other municipal purposes pursuant to various deeds recorded in the Norfolk County District Registry of Deeds. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So that's our usual favorable action vote. And now we have other votes related to that. I further move that the select board recommend 1, the permanent disposition of a portion of the subsurface soils below the Pierce Playground on School Street for the purposes of construction and installation of geothermal wells for the adjacent Pierce School building project. And 2, the temporary transfer of care, custody, and control of the below listed parcel of land from the Parks and Recreation Commission to the Pierce School Building Committee for the purposes of construction and installation of geothermal wells for the adjacent Pierce School building project. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. I further move to approve and recommend that the disposition of land pursuant to Article 97 also comply with the requirements of the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund, including that the parcel shall not be closed to the public for more than 12 months, and upon completion of construction, the Pierce Building Committee shall transfer the land back to the Parks and Recreation Commission for the purpose of which the parcel is currently held and in the same condition as delivered originally. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Finally, I further move, I think this is redundant to the first one, but that's all right. Further move to recommend to town meeting and the town through its various boards and commissions to consider warrant article 1 under review for special town meetings scheduled for May 28, 2024, and vote favorable action on a home rule petition to conduct the disposition of land identified on the town assessor's maps and as part of the land acquired by the town of Brookline for playground and for other municipal purposes pursuant to various deeds recorded in the Norfolk County Registry of Deeds office. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John
Aye.
Van Scoyac.
Sorry. Aye.
Oh, you think we have to second? Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
All right.
Okay.
Do want to say thank you to everyone who signed up for public comment. I apologize if I cut you off. It is just a large group of people and we had to get through everything. As always, the select board does read every email that is sent to them at selectboard@brooklinema.gov. It's an excellent way if you had additional comments that you weren't able to make in time to make there. And again, I want to thank the volunteer boards and commissions who were here tonight as part of this lengthy meeting to go through this process. So thank you all.
Yes, thank you also for a very enlightening and calm meeting on a subject that has generated some heat and emotion, but I think has been dealt with in a very appropriate and good way. With that, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know whether you want to go ahead and close the hearing before I ask my question.
Why don't you ask a question?
Well,
Okay, the hearing is closed. I mean, I
yeah,
think I
yeah,
closed that
yeah.
before.
We have an official from the state here who I apologize for the fact that I have forgotten your name. May I ask a question just for clarification
Sure.
as to what's going to happen next on this?
Yeah.
So, at the beginning of the meeting, we heard a process described whereby there's going to be some, public meetings and chances for people to comment, and there's, a process that has to take place involving impacted communities, process that has to take place involving a analysis of alternatives. What happens if at the end of this process at the state level, the view of the people who review this at the state level is based on the alternatives analysis that there is an alternative to what was voted tonight.
Adrian, do you want to start, or would you like me to start?
I can respond to that. That's a very good question, and thank you for asking that. Just to reorient the angle of approach towards the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act review, I think it's important to remember that the role of the MEPA office and the agency individuals that actually will review the submission is to respond to what is presented to them. It is not to make suggestions on other ways that the project could have been or should have been designed. They do have performance standards for which the project must arise to, and that is for all of the thresholds for MEPA. But the burden is upon the proponent to provide that information and to provide a compelling case towards the alternative that was preferred for the project.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, thank you for the answer.
Okay, with that, this joint meeting and public hearing is ended. But let's take a 10-minute break before the select board returns from adjournment to finish our meeting. Yeah, yeah.
What? You never did. I only had a clip on you anyway. No.
Yes. Where are they meeting? Do you know where they're meeting? Yeah, I don't think there's a.
Well done, Charlie.
Thanks, John.
Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're back. The select board is coming out of adjournment and completing the items on our agenda. Item number 6, Washington Street Corridor Complete Streets Project Update. We're not voting or anything, just being updated on the project. So who do we have presenting? I see Aaron Shute and
Good evening. I'm glad to kick it off and introduce the team, if that would be helpful.
yep.
All right, very good. So good evening, everyone. My name is Erin Chute. It's a pleasure to be here this evening with our extraordinary team of consultants, staff, and citizen volunteers to provide an update on the Washington Street Corridor Complete Streets Rehabilitation Project. It's currently valued at $29 million on the Mass DOT Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP, as you will hear it referenced during our presentation. This evening, I'm joined by the Chair of the Transportation Board, Brian Kane, who is in the audience. Also, the Transportation Division staff, our Transportation Administrator, Amy Ingalls, is online, as well as our senior consultants from Tyne Bond, Rich Benevento and Alan Cloutier. And Alan will be sharing his screen, and we have a presentation to share with you this evening. And Alan, if you want to go ahead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of queue up the presentation, tell you what the process has been to date. We'll go right into sharing the agenda, but we can go to the second slide, and then we're going to get into some of the technical details. We can see this just fine. Yep, that's great. So we are going to talk about, we're going to review the community objectives that have shaped this project, the project goals, the public engagement process, where we've been, where we're going to go with that, project coordination, the project limits, existing versus proposed conditions. We'll look at visual representation of the corridor, talk about on-street parking and the schedule moving forward. After the presentation, we welcome questions or comments from the board or public. Next slide. So in terms of community objectives, these are the town's policies, plans, practices, and federal or state requirements that are shaping project design through the public process. We're designing the corridor to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act and the requirements of the Massachusetts Architectural Access Board. The design applies the town's complete streets policy that was voted by the select board in 2016 that considers safety, comfort, and convenience of all users and looks at roadway geometry, traffic speed and volume, crash summaries, sidewalks, and curb ramps, among other factors. It incorporates the town's traffic calming policy, the Green Routes Network Plan, Urban Forest Climate Resiliency Master Plan, traffic signal and pedestrian corridor reports, and walk signal reports. These are all considered as components that we're thinking about in the design, and we know that these are town priorities. Also, given that transportation accounts for approximately 43% of greenhouse gas emissions in Massachusetts, the only way for the town to meet both the select board's commitment to become carbon neutral by 2050 and town meeting's December 2019 Healthy and Sustainable Transportation Resolution to achieve a mode split of 75% of trips by walking, biking, multimodal, and public transit is to invest in and prioritize projects that improve safety and access to alternative modes over single occupancy vehicle trips, with the eventual outcome of making these modes the norm. Next slide, please. Since safe bicycle accommodations has been a topic of conversation, primarily how to do it and also support all the other needs in the corridor, I wanted to share the Green Routes Bicycle Network Plan. This was first adopted in 2008. The Bicycle Advisory Committee reviews it annually with the intention of creating a framework for safe bicycling throughout town with safe, low-stress bicycle routes. The plan recommends that major connector corridors, such as Washington Street, be improved with protected lanes as a priority for improved bike accommodations and safety. And this recommended infrastructure, these improvements are based on what studies across the country have shown will encourage more people to bike. Among adults in the US, only 6 to 10% of people generally feel comfortable riding in mixed traffic or painted bike lanes, but nearly 2/3 of the population would bike more if there were separated bike lanes available. Next slide. So the primary goals and objectives of this project, it's not only to rehabilitate a critical arterial roadway that is in poor condition, but to create a true complete street through the Washington Street corridor. Washington Street is currently constrained with a relatively narrow right-of-way with 2 lanes of traffic, on-street parking in both directions, bicycling, public transit via the Route 65 bus, and significant volumes of pedestrians. Washington Street serves as an important connection between Route 9 and Beacon Street. It's utilized by high volumes of drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists alike, and provides access to 3 commercial districts, public safety facilities, county courthouse, schools, and other town government services, including the library and town hall. The roadway and sidewalks are in poor condition and need of replacement. The project includes improving safety and operations along the corridor for all of these users, and successful completion will improve safety, provide efficient traffic operations, expand sidewalk and streetscape and placemaking enhancement. This includes pedestrian scale lighting, and employ complete streets and healthy transportation concepts. All right, the next slide. So in terms of community engagement, a design review committee was established by the Transportation Board. This committee, through a public process, will bring the design to 25% of a concept plan that'll then go back to the Transportation Board for a final vote. The committee includes members from the Transportation Board, Bike Advisory Committee, Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Shared Mobility, Commission on Disability, both the Pearson Driscoll School Safe Routes to School Committee, Brookline Village Merchant Representative, and I asterisk this because this representative is going to change, and there'll be a representative from both Brookline Village and also Washington Square merchant representatives. So we'll have 2 merchant representatives and also a Washington Street abutter. There is a project website, WashingtonStreetBrookline.com. You can also get there by going to the Department of Public Works website and go to Engineering and Transportation and look at our projects and get to a very comprehensive page on the Washington Street project. And we are engaging with economic development to meet with municipal leaders and stakeholders, and specifically to also meet with the small business committee. Next slide, please. Just a quick show. This is our project page. And here you can see not only the goals and objectives, but all of the previous meeting presentations, minutes. They can all be found here, as well as a portal to submit inquiries and sign up for updates. And next slide. So design and coordination. The Design Review Committee was established in 2022. This was established, as I mentioned, by the Transportation Board, and an overview of the overall project, and then information about process and funding. Between that, a survey was completed and existing conditions documented. And in October of 2022, a meeting was held with Mass DOT, MBTA, and various town of Brookline departments, including public safety, to review the project goals and walk the corridor. We have had 4 design review committee meetings to date, and subsequent meetings with MassDOT and the MBTA. Not only these, looking at bus stops, bus stop consolidations, width lanes, and safety improvements, but there have been many planning meetings with our partner agencies. And the next slide, please. So in terms of future design and coordination, we are really at, well, a good amount of time has passed in terms of getting our survey complete and kind of baseline information established. There is a ways to go. This project is in the FY28 PIP. In the near future, we are looking to have 2 internal town coordination meetings with multiple departments. That'll be both in the spring and the summer. Looking to meet with a small business development committee meeting at their meeting in May. And then we'll look to schedule future meetings with that group. We'll have 4 design review committee meetings coming up leading into the fall of 2024. So we're finalizing dates in May, June, September, and October. And then following that, there'll be a vote of the Transportation Board. MassDOT will hold a 25% public input meeting. And then from there, once that is approved, there'll be quarterly updates at the Transportation Board. In terms of outreach to the community, we have direct mailing to the residential and commercial abutters, about 1,000 pieces. Through the Transportation Board, we have Notify Me, and the meetings are posted on the town calendar. And going forward, we are going to be sending this to the town meeting member email list, and also the head of the Brookline Neighborhood Association, who can then distribute it to the neighborhood association's town-wide, a press release, town administrator newsletter. We're looking at lawn signs that'll have the QR code, because there are some civic spaces along the corridor where we can put this information and I think get more people engaged and involved in the project. And we'll be communicating through other town departments. All right, next slide, please. So with this, the Washington Square corridor, I'm about to hand this over to Rich and Alan. The project goes from Beacon Street and continues to Gateway East, where we left off. It's an incredible connection to, I think, a transformative project, in Gateway East. And we're looking to see a real transformation along Washington Street that is hitting many sort of civic destinations, can be a real improvement for the community. I want to add that the stretch of Washington Street from Beacon to the city line is not part of the Mass DOT tip, but it is being designed by our design team. And it's being designed with the same concepts. We're going to sort of do this piece, and then that will follow and will be constructed separately, but we will have a full design for all of Washington Street in Brookline. And so with that, I will turn it over to you, Rich. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to the board tonight for having us in. As the Commissioner mentioned, there's been a lot of work that has happened thus far, preliminary work, just to kind of get to this point, but there is still much work to do. As the Commissioner mentioned, we have had several meetings with the DRC, with the partner agencies, the MBTA and Mass DOT, and those meetings continue. Because of the process that we have to go through when we're doing a federally funded project with Mass DOT and these other partner agencies. This project, and Alan's going to get into some of the details in a minute, but I do want to say that this is a tremendous opportunity for the town of Brookline to get close to $30 million to completely reconstruct and revision Washington Street in Brookline. It is the Cadillac of improvements. Full depth road reconstruction, new sidewalks, bike lanes, landscaping, traffic signal, high-tech traffic signal components. All of that is part of the project. New drainage, everything that would be part of a reconstructed project will be included in the Washington Street project. So Alan's going to go through some of the details of the project, and he and I will tag team along. And then at the end, certainly we'll be available for questions from the board. But again, a tremendous opportunity. This is a very exciting time, and we're pleased to be part of this revision of Brookline's Washington Street. So Alan, why don't you get into some of the details?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. And before I get into the proposed conditions and what we're envisioning along this corridor and starting to design, it's helpful to really look back at existing conditions. What are the deficiencies? What are limitations? So just, I don't want to spend too much time because you guys all know this roadway pretty well. So it's an urban minor arterial. It is a busy road. It's the main route to 3 different commercial districts along it. Those commercial districts have a lot of pedestrian volumes because of all the businesses along there. We have a couple, we have the high school nearby, and then we also have a couple K through 8 schools. I think there was already a lot of discussion about one of them earlier tonight. Town hall, public safety building, main library, public health building. There's a lot of uses along this corridor. It's not one of those corridors that just, you know, everybody's traveling from point A all the way to the end, cutting through. There's a lot of people that are using stuff on the corridor, people who live on the corridor, businesses along the corridor. And the MBTA runs Route 65 along the corridor as well. So, and I happen to skip all the way back to the beginning. Hit the wrong button. So some of the existing deficiencies, there's a lot of, for pedestrians, some of these crossings are really long, especially when you have roadways that aren't really a 90-degree roadway. It means people are on the roadway longer. There's a lot of heaving of the sidewalk. The bicycle accommodations are very inconsistent, just because it's a really tight corridor. There's not a whole lot of roadway width to work with, or really curb right-of-way to right-of-way property lines to work with. So there are some operational deficiencies at some of the intersections where you can have a lot of delay if you're in a vehicle. The roadway deterioration. There was actually some safety deficiencies. There's a couple of crash clusters, not just with motor vehicles, but also including bicycles as well. Currently, there's a lot of areas that lack ADA compliance. Again, I mentioned earlier about some of the sidewalk heaving and some of the ramp locations that really just aren't ADA compliant right now. And it needs improved transit and shared mobility. Oh, I hit the same button. I got to stop hitting that one. Sorry, Dad. There we go. I'll keep this. I'm just going to keep one finger on the keyboard now. So proposed improvements, kind of as a general overview. We'll get into a little bit more of the details, although we're going to try to not bog it down too much tonight because we could talk for a couple days on this project. So there's going to be full depth roadway reconstruction. So we're going to replace all of the pavement, the sub base. I know recently there's been a little bit of a microsurfacing that's been taken more recently, which is kind of a little bit more of a band-aid. That's to keep the roadway going for this project. New cement concrete sidewalks. Want sidewalk level separated bike lanes. So right now the bike lanes are in the road. So people who are bicycling, they have to really deal with people who are driving as well. It is really constrained. So the plan right now is to separate the bicyclists from the motor vehicles. Sidewalk level, that'll make it a lot easier for maintenance. It'll be safer accommodations, also just a lot more pleasant. As Erin mentioned before, 2/3 of bicyclists are not comfortable really riding in the street with traffic, especially heavy traffic that's along this corridor. We plan on improving the operations of MBTA bus routes, including the bus stops. We've had quite a few discussions already with the MBTA. And then while we're doing it, this is a chance to do utility upgrades as well. So there's already, National Grid is already doing some work. And we're also planning on improving the existing drainage system. Part of it, the curb line is going to move. So now it just makes sense to do that work right now. So we did some visualizations of the corridor because not everybody wants to look at the black and white plans like us engineers do. So this is kind of some concepts to kind of help visualize the corridor. So the image down below is maybe a little bit more engineered, and then it's kind of another picture up top, not in the same location. Actually, the one to the top right would be in front of the fire station. So essentially this kind of shows where we're planning on moving that bike lane to being adjacent to the sidewalk. We are going to try to maintain the tree canopy as much as possible. We've had discussions already with the tree warden, and a lot of this design really reflects trying to maintain that tree canopy. That was really important. And then we also know the parking is important too. So we actually discussed parking a little bit later tonight. just kind of goes through some more renderings and we can get in a little more detail. So this is actually another photo. This is, I think, a little back from the fire station right now. So right now we essentially have a painted bike lane adjacent to where there's on-street parking. As you could see, what happens is sometimes people park in there, kind of blocking the getting into the bike lane a little bit. Part of that's because it's a narrow corridor. So we plan on shifting that, and we're going to kind of put the bike lane on the other side, really next to the parking. It will have areas where the bike lane has to meander because we have trees, we have a lot of stuff there. We're trying to go around. It's not going to be a super high fast facility, but it will be nice.
And safe.
More photos. Go ahead, Rich. Were you starting to say something?
And safe, because out of all of the improvements that we're going to talk about tonight, the thing that is paramount with every design, safety first. We'll sacrifice other things for safety. We have to do that. And I think that everybody would agree that that's of paramount importance.
Yep. So essentially, we'll still have one vehicle lane in each direction, kind of like there is right now. But whereas right now, the bike lane is between the moving vehicles and the parked cars, where there are parked cars, or sometimes against the curb, we're essentially going to move that. Essentially, we're going to move the curb line. So the trees will be maintaining, but we're going to kind of, in fact, in a way, in a lot of areas, the bike lane's staying where it is, but it's going to be raised up. This is just on other renderings, different areas of the corridor. So here we have parking on one side. So this is actually just a little bit south of Gardner Road. If we're going along here, we have parking on one side of the road. Generally, we were able to put parking in a lot of areas on one side of the road, but not usually on both sides of the road. And now coming down the corridor just a little further, similar thing. So one thing that kind of varies a little bit as we come along the corridor is the width of our buffers change just based off of usually where the existing trees are. That was really, not only do we have a limitation on the outside, where the property lines are, but where the trees are really dictated where a lot of stuff was going to be.
So Alan, one thing I think that's important to also point out to the members of the board, with a project like this, and you've heard Alan talking about bike lanes, parking, tree canopy, sidewalks. Really, a project like this is finding the right balance. And the meetings that we have had with the DRC, a lot of the discussion has been that how do we get to a balanced corridor where we're trying to get all of these amenities in a really uniform way. We often say at a public hearing that no one's going to walk out of the room and say, I got everything I wanted, but I can support this project because it's a good balance. And I think that's what we need to do, particularly with a constrained right of way like we have here. And so as we continue to go through this, you'll hear more and more about, okay, we're trying to do this and we're trying to do that. But again, at the end of the day, it's really trying to find that balance. And that has been a lot of the discussion with the DRC. And hats off to the DRC because they've been very helpful in guiding us as well as we go through this preliminary design process. So Alan, sorry for interrupting, but I thought I'd say that.
No, actually, you bring up a good point as far as balance. I mean, essentially, I mentioned that we're constrained. We really have about 60 feet to work with. And we are not planning on doing major takings as part of this project. Where the property line is, including sometimes there's walls there. That's kind of our limitations. So this is kind of let me go back one. This is kind of an aerial. This is down. We're still kind of looking westbound towards Beacon Street. So where some areas we're able to have parking. I'm going to get into parking in a little bit. So just another representation. So I guess really a couple, but especially the last DRC meeting, on-street parking was definitely an issue that a lot of people cared about. So I want to give a little bit of an update on that. Because we've been refining the plan and we have different numbers than we presented there. So first of all, just before we get into the exact numbers, just some I think this graphic was shown during the DRC meeting and was kind of, I think, misunderstood. So this is actually kind of shows a little heat map of the area over around Washington Square. So when we're dealing with businesses, we will probably have some areas where parking is going to decrease in certain areas, including, potentially at this corner. So within a 500-foot distance of the Washington Square corner, or I guess from this corner of the intersection. So we might have areas where we are going to have less parking on Washington Street. This might be areas where there's other parking along Beacon Street. There's angled parking along the median. So within 500 feet, that is usually kind of an area where maybe the customers can walk from, will be willing to walk from. Employees would kind of be represented by maybe this outer circle. So, maybe 1,000 feet, that's about a 5-minute walk. I think that was shown, just kind of as a little update, this was shown during DRC, but I think people were thinking it was referring more to residents first, but I think it's more for commercial. So kind of getting a little bit of the parking, some numbers. So we are further along in the design of that portion of the corridor that goes from Beacon Street to Cypress Street. We've kind of been pushing forward with that. And that's actually the section of the plan that we showed during the last DRC. We're maybe a little bit further behind on the section between Cypress to Station Street. We are proceeding with that one, but we haven't shared any, parking numbers. So in the last DRC meeting, we did share. So currently there's about 126 parking spaces out there right now. In our last DRC meeting, we had planned, and it showed about 37 parking spaces. Right now, because we've been kind of doing some more work, we've, squeezed some buffers. We've, identified a few trees that are not doing so well, that we can kind of do something there. We are currently on the plans in that area showing 72 parking spaces. Now it is less than the 126 that's out there now.
I'm sorry, but I need to interrupt you at this point, Mike Shannon. I was on the website and saw the 37 number is still there, and I would urge you to make that correction as soon as you possibly can.
I think I'll just also say that we've been working with the design team. This is actually the first time these numbers have been shared. This hasn't been presented yet back at the design review committee. So I think what we're showing and demonstrating to you is that we got a lot of feedback at the last meeting and have done work to try to really see where we can adjust that number. But this is the first time we're sharing this information publicly.
Well, Commissioner Shute, I, for one, want to thank you for, I don't know if these numbers are the perfect numbers, but certainly you've heard the feedback. And you're responding again, whether these are the final right numbers or not. And I appreciate that they're being revealed for the first time this evening. So thank you for letting us be part of the revelation.
I just want, now that you've revealed them, let them finish. Right. I just want to make sure they get on the website soon.
Still, right, because it's such a hot button issue.
And just as a follow-on to that, we also heard some of the public outcry relative to parking. And we hear it on every project that we're working on, not just in Brookline. And so it's important for us to go back and look again and find that balance to, in this case, to expand the parking. In this case, we almost doubled it from the initial first round of cross sections that we were developing. Continue to work to see if there is anything else that we can do to increase that parking supply issue. But Alan, continue.
No, I think that was kind of the big thing that we really wanted to get, I think, out of this slide was really that we have been working hard. We've gotten more. I'm sure you guys probably have heard about the parking issues, and we take it very seriously. We're still working. If we can find another space here too, we're going to try to get that.
One other thing too, Alan, I just want to mention too, when we're going through projects like this, oftentimes, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the case in Brookline, but oftentimes there'll be a parking space that by all accounts is not a legal space, whether it's too close to a driveway or it's too close to an intersection. And so when we're going through our evaluation, if a parking space is not quote unquote a legal space, then it gets eliminated. In this case, we're also trying to find spots, as Alan mentioned, there may be some trees that are not doing so well that we might be able to do something differently, and that frees up a space. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at, because we do understand the need for parking, particularly in the residential sections of Washington Street.
Yeah, and there's a lot of driveways along this corridor where obviously you can't park and block somebody's driveway. In some of these areas, it's getting awfully, we didn't necessarily count it as a parking space, but if somebody has a short enough car and maybe they're good friends with their neighbor, that might still be somewhere where they could fit a car. But, we're trying to kind of, first of all, compare an apples to apples comparison, and, trying to be reasonable about what really should be a space and what shouldn't be. So schedule moving forward. So we are still in the design review committee meetings. We're going to be revisiting the on-street parking for this section. We will also be talking about the other area from Cypress to Brookline Village. That'll be in an upcoming design review committee. Bus stop design and transit accommodations. We've been coming along that pretty good. MBTA definitely has thrown us a couple curveballs on this project, but as far as some of the requirements, but we're getting there. As far as exactly what they wanted for bus stops and lanes. We're still reviewing a couple of the intersections to see what other tweaks we can make there. Again, the tree canopy, we'll be working with Tom Brady on a number of these issues with the trees. We're really trying to maintain in areas where we can try to increase the tree canopy. At some point, we'll be need the approvals from the design review committee. And then it will advance to the 25% design with Mass DOT. We are still in the pre-25% section of the project. So MassDOT over the last couple of years has really changed things a lot to have a lot more of the review early on prior to the 25% plans. So we're still kind of in that section right now. We will have a design public hearing. We already kind of mentioned design public hearing. That is a major milestone. That's actually a legal requirement from Mass DOT. They do like to see these other meetings happening so that we're really making sure we're designing something that the town wants. But that with design public hearing is a big milestone.
Alan, I want to also add something just in terms of the process. So as Alan mentioned, the 25% design, and they call it 25% design, but Mass DOT is actually considering changing it to just call it preliminary design, because at that point, the plans are almost 50% complete, although they call it 25% design. And there's a lot of detail that goes into the preliminary design that Mass DOT requires. They've also added a lot of other components to this first phase of the work. One of the things is called the intersection control evaluation, the ICE analysis. And that's a whole level of review and alternatives that we have to go through in order to satisfy Mass DOT's design guidelines and criteria. The other thing too is relative to the reviews and how long it takes for reviews. So when we get to the point where we have the blessing from the DRC and the town, and this project finally gets submitted to Mass DOT, the preliminary design for review, it goes to Boston. And in Boston, there is the highway design section, the traffic section, the right-of-way section, the utility group, the landscape group, and I could go on and on and on. So it's not just one person reviewing it, it's several people who review the project. In addition to that, the project then goes to District 6 in Boston, and the district office has that same group of folks that go through the entire same review. It used to be daunting for us because we'd have Boston, back in the early days, Boston would say, make it blue, and the district office would say, make it green, and we'd be trying to figure out what they want. Now they use a blue beam session, and so everybody's commenting on the same topics on the project, which streamlines things a bit. But the point I'm trying to make here is that it's an extensive review by Mass DOT once this project goes in. Once Mass DOT approves the preliminary design and we address their comments, they will then schedule the design public hearing. Once the design public hearing is finished, we will then proceed to 75% design. That's really where all the nuts and bolts of the project are developed. There's also another estimate. There's a preliminary design estimate that goes in at 75% design. There's another design estimate. Why I'm saying that is because the MPO will be very interested to know what the cost of this project is going to be. They don't want to see scope creep, and they want us to keep within the parameters of the project being programmed on the tip. Once the 75 goes in, all those same folks review the project again, and we get 75% design comments. Go through that whole review. We submit our 75% design. We address the comments. Goes to 100% design, and you can see how long this takes. Once the 100% goes in, we address their comments again, and it finally goes to the final stage, which is called PS&E, Plan, Specs, and Estimate. Once we get there, the project's ready for advertisement. So it's a long process. There's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of detail. And the reason I'm bringing this up is, number one, to give the select board and other folks who may be watching tonight the idea, the understanding of how long these projects take. But secondly, we have built into this project reviews with the community and public outreach with the community through this entire process, so that the public is informed, so we can get input. The idea here is that we want to make sure that the project at the end is tailored to the specific needs of Brookline. And so that's why it's important to get that input. So I know that was a little long, Commissioner. I know maybe I went a little too long with that, but I think it's important just to understand the process for those members of the select board who may not be familiar with it.
Yes,
Bernard,
and this
can I
is a
ask
federally funded project, so the construction funding comes between the federal government and the state government. The construction will not be funded by the town of Brookline.
This is right. That's right. It's 100% construction funded, 80% federal, 20% state. There are some items of the project that would be non-participating if the town chose to do those. Non-participating work, sometimes like a city or town will upgrade their water main, or they'll put decorative lighting in, things like that. It just provides the benefit of doing those kinds of things as part of a bigger project, and there's an economy of scale with that. So the town may decide that they want to do some things. You may have seen in an earlier slide, there was pedestrian scale lighting that the town may want to consider as doing as part of this project as well. So things like that can be included in the project, town funded.
Okay, I think select board members want to ask questions. Paul?
Yeah, I just had, could you go back? I actually had a question on that slide. Could you go backward slide, please? There you go. Thank you. So first I'll say that I appreciate the presentation. I actually hadn't thought you were going to be done with it, but thank you so much. It is very helpful to see all the work that's been done with respect to 80% federal funding, 20% state funding, 100% meeting the needs of Brookline. And so the topics or the points where you said that there'll be opportunities for the public to weigh in, I wanted to specifically understand, and I would encourage you to update this slide to have the dates, that the first star, which is colored in its gold, have we hit that date yet? Or is that the first star?
We've had 4 design review committee meetings, but we are not done. I don't know, Erin, do we know how many we anticipate?
We have 4 more that we're scheduling.
Okay, and those are, so that's the blue arrow, Erin? The 4 more meetings would fit within this solid blue arrow, correct?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay,
It's
so
not the best graphic, maybe. It's very simple.
I want to ask Alan, where you have your 25% design stage that's not colored, is that 25 to 75?
Yeah, so I think we're not in there yet. We're still in the pre-25.
So we're in that blue blue arrow right now.
Okay, and so that's helpful. So there's multiple opportunities within the blue arrow for feedback from the community, I think is what I heard you say. And then there's the DPH. What's that stand for again?
Design public hearing.
Design, is that our public hearing? Is that the state's? Whose public hearing is that? Ours?
So that's the official Mass DOT public hearing, which is required. Alan mentioned Mass DOT requires that. Federal highway requires that because you're using federal funding. But by the time we get to the official Mass DOT public hearing, which is hosted by the town, it's in town, but Mass DOT comes out, they take a verbatim transcript, they have a stenographer, it's an official Mass DOT public hearing. By the time we get to that point, it's our goal to have exhausted all of the questions and got approval from the town to submit. The idea here is that when we get to the DPH, we want people to come out that are excited and want that project, can't wait for the project to start.
Okay, so DPH, you wouldn't expect to be making additional changes after the DPH.
Not major ones.
Okay,
There's
that's
obviously a
helpful. And
lot
do you
of
have any idea?
specific
That's
stuff.
helpful. And one last question, and I'll let go. The DPH, do you have like a ballpark of when that might happen?
Roughly, we have I do. We have the DPH somewhere around next year this time. Next year, May of 25, roughly.
Okay, so about a year from now. Okay,
About
thank
a
you
year
so
from
much.
And
Thank
that
you.
would, obviously, that depends on Mass DOT's review time, and that sort of thing as well.
Okay, thank you.
I think Mike had his hand.
Mine's just a quick update.
Okay,
Building
Quick up.
commission just approved the early bid package.
yeah, great.
Indeed. So I,
Mike.
I want to, thanks very much. I want to start by saying that I'm sort of two predecessors, Transportation Board Chair before Brian Kane. So I'm his great grandfather or something like that. So I'm familiar with what you folks are talking about in terms of design and so forth. I will say that your comment about how, you hope to exhaust all of the questions before you get to the a design public hearing, that's not possible in Brookline. And
It's being optimistic.
there you are. Just, that won't happen. I looked at the website and I must say I am massively relieved to hear 72 instead of 37 parking spaces. And I would, urge you to get that word out as quickly as you possibly can. Having said that, Washington Square gives me a great deal of concern because there are some businesses right on Washington Street. People love to park right there and hop right in. I'm one of those people. I'm also a bicycle rider. I ride up that street and I know that, that's a place where I've got to be really careful. But when you talk about balance, I would urge you to take a very careful look at that and talk to the Washington Street store, the merchants, particularly concerned about the hardware store, which has been there probably since my great grandfather was.
And they're now closing, Mike.
And they're now, are they closing? Yeah,
Yes.
always closing?
Today,
All right, that's a loss. I have two questions. One is a specific one and one is a general one. Timeline, you've given us, 25% goes to 75% goes and so forth. How many years, months, decades, whatever, until construction starts?
So what's important is that the project is programmed on the tip. And that's really the critical path.
That's the financing, right?
That's right. So the Boston Metropolitan Planning Organization is responsible for taking federal and state funds and applying them to projects. And once a project is programmed, it's important to meet that date because we don't want to lose our place on the tip, particularly with a project that's close to $30 million. So right now the project's on the FY28 tip, which means that it can be advertised for construction anytime between October 1st of 2027 to September 30th of 2028. So let's say now, right now, I think the schedule, although we're early, has the project being advertised in February of 28, which would be Q2 of the federal fiscal year. So that's when the project would be advertised for construction. That's the current plan right now, and we will do our darndest to make sure that we hit that because that's the critical path. We do not want to have the project not be able to utilize those funds in FY28 as programmed.
Okay. And then the other question I have is, you mentioned vehicle safety and there was a line in there, I think about DOT crash clusters, or I know there's accident data sort of by intersection as you go up. And presumably what you're doing is paying attention to those and working the safety issues that you can with each intersection, it would probably be helpful for the public to understand what you're doing at each intersection as you go along.
Sure. We actually we did a roadway safety audit a couple of years ago for this project where we looked at really safety for, again, vehicles, but also for pedestrians and bicyclists really along the entire corridor. And we actually met with people from the town, engineers, police are always the most important there, fire, Mass DOT safety, to really come up with a plan about what are the existing safety issues, what are potential solutions. And actually, because of that, which was required since we had these crash clusters, we are required even to kind of address as many of those as we can.
Right. So I'm not questioning that you've done the work. What I want to make sure of is that you get the message out to the people who live along the street, who use the street, that the work has been done, and here's what your steps to remediate those situations is going to be. And
that's
then
a great suggestion. And also thinking about, we've been showing some of the sort of intersection geometry and how we're trying to shorten that crossing distance. And so I think maybe pairing that with the safety audit information and why the design we're presenting looks the way it does. It's a great suggestion.
And do we have a Vision Zero project that's just a planned project that's just getting off the ground here? And it's probably a bit early to connect up with that, but some of the things that you're doing will indeed feed directly into that. This is actually a pretty good demonstration project for Vision Zero. And I would, as I say, I would just urge you to get as much of this information into the hands of the public as soon as you can. The last question I'm going to ask is one that you really can't answer. In fact, it's kind of a rhetorical question. There's been we talk about making it attractive for alternative means of transportation other than motor vehicles. But there's a shift in motor vehicles to electric vehicles, which mitigates the problem over time, mitigates the problem of contributing to fossil fuel to carbon emissions. And I wonder how that's going to affect the way the federal government, the state government view these kinds of projects in the future. I realize this one it won't affect this one, but it's just an interesting thought that might be interesting to drop into the conversation. If you have any preliminary thoughts about that.
May not have any thoughts right now, but I'm sure between tonight and tomorrow morning, we'll be looking that up. But interestingly enough, a lot of what you're talking about, the big discussion lately has been, charging stations and where are they and where are they located? Are they within? Are they on street? In my spare time, I'm the chairman of the Parking and Traffic Commission for the City of Beverly. And this has recently come up. Are we going to put charging station parking spaces on the street? And then the question became, okay, well, if we do, what are we going to ticket people? What's the price of a ticket for someone who's not charging parking in that space because everybody wants the space close to where they're going, right? So these are great points that you bring up, because I think this is going to be a larger discussion moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
Any other, John?
Just if it's possible to give me and all of us a ballpark estimate as to, at the end of the day, when this is done, what percentage of the funding of this is local sources? What percentage is state? What percentage is going to be federal?
So I can answer that one for you. So as we mentioned, the construction, barring the town deciding to do some non-participating work, let's take that off the table. But this project right now is programmed on the tip for just under $30 million. It is 100% construction funded. There is no town money being spent for the construction of the project. What the town is responsible for is the design, any right-of-way necessary, and any permitting, any environmental permitting. That's the town's obligation to the project. The design is typically around 12% of the construction value. By all accounts, if you could get that at some lending institution, that'd be a good deal. But it's 100% construction funded. So out of that close to $30 million, none of that comes out of town coffers.
Except for locally preferred elements, which we will discuss as we move through design review.
Right.
So, and my point in asking the question was simply to then follow up with a question. What do we sacrifice, if that's the right word, by accepting the money? What do we agree to that takes away from our local autonomy over some of these decisions that are going to have to be made, about things such as, how many parking spaces can we fit into this corridor, et cetera, et cetera?
So, I'll try that one first, Commissioner, and then you can add on. But what I would say is that the project has to be designed to state and federal standards, right? And generally, most of that revolves around safety issues, right? So, when we're designing the project, there's a certain amount of design criteria that we have to follow. And dealing with Mass DOT, there are some things that we cannot deviate from. Then there's other things that the town has a tremendous amount of latitude. And then there's those gray areas in the middle that we try and negotiate. For example, where can we get another space? Or what's the width of the buffer for the bike lane going to be? And those are the areas where we try and balance things. With so many things within a restricted right-of-way like we have on Washington Street, regardless of whether the federal government was doing it or the state was doing it or anyone else, there is an obligation by the town to make sure that the roadway's safe. You're not going to paint a bike lane, for example, that's not safe, and things like that. So the majority of the work, in addition to having a complete upgrade of the corridor, is really improving safety. That's first and foremost. So I wouldn't necessarily say that you're giving up anything. What you're doing is you're creating a corridor that meets standards, that meets current standards.
Right. And I think I'll just add, Rich, that the project as conceived is intended to really be transformative. And I think balancing all of these users is why the project scored the way it did and ultimately made its way onto the tip. So if we eliminated elements within the design, it probably would be rescored, and then we'd have to see whether we still stayed in the tip if we sort of deviated significantly from the goals that were set forth at the outset.
And I'll just sum up, if I may, as to my reason for asking all of this is, I do think you just said something extremely important, that, if we didn't do this X, Y, and Z, we would no longer qualify, for the tip. And when we have people, and especially right now, people in the commercial core of the Washington Square area who are desperately pleading to stay viable by virtue of how the parking gets dealt with in this plan. If we've already, as part of the requirement for qualifying for funding, agreed to certain things that they're going to have to lose, they deserve to know that. And I just want to be sure we don't kind of string them along and say, oh, we're still working on this. We're still working on this. I think we just need to have a very honest conversation about all of this stuff.
Hey, Paul?
Yep. So I want to talk, maybe it's related to what John just said. And I'm glad John just brought up that issue of the parking. I think he's talking about parking in the business area. So the first thing I'd like to say is I think we got to a point where we needed to have this update based on a lot of concern that we heard from the community. And I think it was concern from two constituent groups, the business community and seniors. And I think that potentially could have been a symptom of a lack of representation and or lack of engaged representation. I heard this evening that you're going to be replacing or having another individual from the business community, especially specifically in the Washington Square area, I believe, onto the design review committee. And Commissioner Kane, Chair of the Transportation Board, has also committed to adding a senior representative from the senior center or like that onto the design review committee. And, you know, we as a board have spoken quite a bit about the strong desire that we have in making sure that seniors are representative on important boards and commissions, especially those that impact them. I think this is one of those. And I would hope that we will follow through and have an individual brought on to help bring that perspective of the senior community onto the design review committee. So that's my first comment is representation. I really think that's really, really critical here. And then the second point I'd like to make or get clarified is what John asked. Is the elimination of parking in that first stretch between Beacon and the fire station, is that needed in order to meet the tip? To get
I
tip
don't think
funding?
that's a foregone conclusion. Like the big picture, we're
Okay.
talking about the themes, right? We're talking about
Safety.
We're talking, about pedestrian accommodation,
Okay.
bicycle accommodation. How we do that,
Yeah.
is really what the process that we're going through now. So we don't have that solution yet. I do want to give Chairman Kane an opportunity as well, because I have some thoughts about the design review process. And this is a good process to go through, with the community. There certainly are more people. We do have seniors on the committee. We can have additional that maybe that's, sort of certainly glad to add that. But we're going through a process where there is some push and pull. This corridor is only so wide. The town has very clearly given Public Works direction in terms of what it wants with its roadway network, and we're trying to deliver that. But
Sure.
we can't accommodate everyone in every single inch, the same way. And so it is going to be some give and take along the corridor, and we're trying to find that right balance.
Yeah.
And we want the input from the residents, from the businesses, in order to do that.
And Aaron, just to kind of close the loop on this and put a bow on it, I just want to make sure that we're hearing that seniors are not feeling represented on this design review committee. They're not feeling heard. And I think that, one way to solve that is to make sure that there's a voice for them on the committee that looks at designs and other features of this project through their lens, and whether that ends up making significant changes or not. I think representation matters. I also would ask that that economic development do an exit interview with Connolly's Hardware. Losing Connolly's Hardware after they were going to close a couple of years ago, and then they decided to stay. And now that they're closing again is really a significant loss, but there could be some learning as to what's going on there. There is a tremendous amount of activity, construction, difficulty parking, construction equipment and such, taking up space. I just wonder, are they a canary in the coal mine, so to speak, of what's to come if there's businesses that don't have access to that level of pickup drop-off parking? So it might be helpful, very helpful and instructive to do an exit interview with them.
Yeah.
Brian, did you want to add anything?
Thank you. If you don't mind, I just wanted to thank you for tonight. As Paul, you're absolutely right. So the process is working. This is the first design review committee we've ever done for a roadway project in Brookline. In the past, decisions.
I'm sorry, that's not correct.
Oh, well, then I was misinformed.
Beacon Street in the 1990s.
This is your grandfather.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
Brian,
This is certainly, this is what we haven't done. We haven't done one recently. But it is working, and people are seeing the proverbial sausage being made, and we are correcting as we go. There is no sense that we have this right out of the gate. I think you're seeing the iterative processes that we are committed to doing or doing publicly. I have committed to adding some folks from Washington Square, as you've heard tonight, Merchants Association, Merchants Area representatives. I've spoken to the Small Business Development Board about getting representative from them. I've had communication with Betsy Pollock from the Senior Center. We're going to add some of those folks. We are trying to, build this airplane as we're flying it, so to speak. So we are going to get better at communicating our messages, especially the parking. I take your point there, Mike. We're going to get better at ensuring that our story is being told. And I just want to reiterate, we have the right folks working on this. I'm very honored to work with Commissioner Shute and Amy. John Bowman is on the design review committee, is here tonight. And Ty and Bond, or as I like to call them, World Tech, are the best in the business at doing this in Massachusetts. I serve on the Boston Region MPO. I don't represent Brookline. I do that as part of my day job. Commissioner Shute represents the town on the MPO, and I can assure you, she is fighting very hard at every meeting to keep that $30 million programmed because there is insane competition for that money. There are a myriad of projects that would love for us to just throw in the towel so they can take the money. This has been no way guaranteed. We're going to have to fight really hard for this. And I will do what I can from the seat that I hold, but I don't represent Brookline on that board, but Aaron does a great job at it. We will continue to go through the process. We will continue to ask the team to iterate, and we're going to try to fit everybody in the 60 feet that we have to work with. We're going to have to make some sacrifices and make some choices. Those choices will get made publicly and with full buy-in and input from everybody as best we can. But at the end of the day, this is a safety project. And, Rich said safety first, and that is not just hyperbole. By narrowing the roadway and by doing all the things we hope to do, we want to slow down cars. To me, 20 miles per hour means 20 miles per hour. And if we can use design to slow down cars, it's safer for everybody, including seniors, including merchants, including other drivers. I'm not a bike guy. I'm not a ped guy. I just want everybody to slow down so that we can all be safer. So thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Anything else? Seeing nothing? Thank you.
This was really
Commissioner
helpful.
Shute.
I just wanted to say this was
Yeah, of course,
tremendously
it's
helpful
very
and informative.
Right.
Thank you so much.
There's a separate discussion that I would love to have with Commissioner Shute at some point. Something that Paul has raised, and I think we all need to understand it. When we're talking about references made to the complete streets policy here, to the safety and so forth, and I mentioned Vision Zero, the impact that the policies have on the timeline for doing resurfacing, routine resurfacing is
In next week.
next week. Okay.
We actually bumped that from this week for the Article 97 discussion. So tune in next week and
All right,
we'll
good.
have that discussion.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no other questions, and this is pardon?
I don't say anything.
Oh, you grunted.
She's headed out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That ends this discussion and ends this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very
Commissioner Shute
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for having us.
I didn't mean to grunt.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you. And thank you, Brian.
Yeah,
I
thanks,
think
Brian.
we're all getting there.
So, when I asked that question about,